All right. Good evening. Welcome to Poetry Open Mic Asheville Quarantine Love Stream, coming at you live from my living room here in Asheville, North Carolina, to wherever you may be. Thanks for joining us tonight. My name is Beissert. We got a great show for you. Yes, indeed. Lamar Wilson is in the house as our feature poet tonight. And we got a stacked list of other performers coming at you, so do stick around. It's going to be a great evening. I'm going to go ahead and get straight to the poetry since this is Poetry Open Mic Asheville. This first poem tonight, these are some words by the poet Jane Hirschfield. This is called Love in August. White moths against a screen in August darkness. Some clamor and envy. Some spread large as two hands of a thief who wants to put back in your cupboard the long taken silver. Again, thank you for joining us tonight. We'll do one more cover poem and then a couple of originals. This one's by Ross Gay. This is Let Me Be after Philip Levine. Like a one-armed boomerang whistling through a typhoon's eye, as steamships blind plow through miles of coal black star-flecked sea, like the swollen river's stubborn chew through tons of stone, cars and trees, tiny floating buoys on my shoulders, time enough and everything worn to silty dust. I'm a goddamned krill-bearded blue whale howling a deep sea love scream, you see. I'm a spaceship singing through a star's stinging heat shroud, its fire gown, my heart so fat and hot, every passing thing joy-singed with this overripe, honey-stuffed juggernaut sweetness. Let me be back to your sunlight-lined lips, your muscled hands, your morning eyes first opening. Let me be a glint of sun dust drifting down your windpipes, glisten, lodging in your red, wet, blood-pumped silken clinch, that ruby smooth muscles every move. Let me be, let me be. All right. This next one I'm gonna do tonight goes out to the Asheville community lost a great musician, a great drummer this week, so I'm gonna send this one out to him. This one's Untitled. The jazz drummer's arms must be golden censers, the way he swings. Tap that little trap, fly past the crows. Milk that honey, he solemnly goes into solo, head back, and just as you think he might lose it, back to the head. Visitor in the yard. It always ends up with mountains. I can't be concrete. The city moves me to other places. I failed to take any pictures. The rain falls like rain. A black bear crosses the yard and disappears into the bushes. They say it's raining meteors, but the clouds are too thick to see. I'm just going to do one or two more But thanks for joining us tonight. This is Poetry Open Mic Asheville, brought to you by our sponsor, Sovereign Kava, and we appreciate them. They are open for cashless to-go orders only here in Asheville, mask required. They also do doorstep delivery through Kickback Asheville. And we appreciate your supporting them, and they're supporting us. So we can bring you this wonderful sharing of art and poetry and people here each and every Wednesday night, where we've been doing this for almost 10 years now here in Asheville. We've moved into the virtual live streaming format during the pandemic, and we're keeping it going here at Asheville's longest running and best open mic, where we welcome all people and all forms of artistic self-expression. So thank you for being with us tonight. If you're performing tonight, make sure to follow that StreamYard link, get in the group. And if it's full, just wait for someone else to drop out. We'll open up some space in there after we get some people on the mic here. We'll try to move things along quickly for you tonight. But we also appreciate all the likes, comments, and shares. And yeah. Y'all hang tight, and we really appreciate Lamar Wilson being here tonight as our featured poet. He is a fantastic, necessary, and creative, imaginative, brilliant poet. So y'all stick around. It's going to be a great show. This poem's called Working on a Tower of Sand That Washes Away Every Morning. Kind of feels that way sometimes. Drawn to the sound of water, the body doesn't forget. The stone rise of ages, some crude tongue laps the syllables. I pour coffee, walk out of work, a receipt paper forest, a cold flush of eyes. Belt mountain hemlock to sing away ulcers before you. I turn in rapids, their spider of motion. Close eyelids to the hunt, watch aphids of neon inside. When the work of greed triumphs, when the closed sky secedes, an underground lake of brine shown to us through sound. When the red planet appears beside the blood moon, talk will try you, your friends will wander, and you may realize you were robbed or gave yourself to someone who never knew. Skeletons steal time from you at every corner. Machines ride the lark of your last meaningful thought, and another sunrise towers over you. Let go of small birds and dead trees. Work towers in the mornings that they may not tear them down. That you work the work of love. That you might find some solace to know there was fun. There was love. Dogs buried in yards stay with their humans. Mycelia leave dark streaks in the grass. There are many days we give up. Other times we see the beauty in the coils, the nautilus of our remembering, the stray pencil marks, the cracks in the glaze. And this last poem I'll do is called The Alhambra. Archway upon archway, fountain-reflected sunlight folds into muqarnas and arabesques. Moors built these palaces and gardens as a replica of heaven, where the sound of water, so scarce in their world, can be heard in every corner and corridor. A constant zikr. A single feather lies on the stone floor. Thank you. I appreciate the comments, y'all. Hey, Cedric. Shout out to Cedric. He's featured here before. He's a great poet. Oh, cool. Yes. Big shout out to the crew down at Sovereign Kava. What's up, y'all? Thanks for tuning in. Much love to my folks over there. And thanks for being with us tonight. We're keeping the community vibes going. And we appreciate y'all. Thanks for tuning in. We got quite a show for you tonight, so y'all stay tuned. And I am going to introduce our featured poet now. And I'm so happy to have this poet in the house. Lamar, we met when he was reading in ASHEViLLE years ago, 2016, we think. And, you know, not that long, but a long time in many ways. So, it's good to have him at least virtually back in ASHEViLLE with us tonight. So, Lamar Wilson he's a multi-genre writer and filmmaker, invested in documentary poetics. He's the author of Sacrilegion, which is a wonderful book. I love this book. And if you don't have it, you can get it. There's a link on the website there we'll have posted in just a minute. That's from Carolina Wren Press, 2013. Award-winning poet here. He is also the co-author of Prime, Poetry and Conversation from Sibling Rivalry. He, as I said, he's a filmmaker too, who's been working on a project called The Changing Same. Or it's come out. It's a collaboration with the Errata Film Group that airs in PBS's 2019-2020 season of POV Shorts. He's also had Sacrilegion has had a musical based on it that's been performed. Lamar also has poems in the poems and essays in the New York Times, the Academy of American Poets, and all sorts of places. Widely published, highly accomplished. I could go on and on with the accolades. But I want to give him a chance to speak. So without further ado, I want everyone, y'all know the drill, wherever you're at, whether you're at home or in your vehicle or perhaps in public somewhere, wearing a mask, we want you to jump up and down and shout and put your hands together and make a whole bunch of noise for Dr. L. Lamar Wilson. Give it up. Hold on. Let me try that again. Lamar Wilson. Y'all can do better. Give it up.
Hi. So I'm hoping that you are wearing a mask. I'm inside, but I wanted to show solidarity with those of us who are using common sense in the world.
Thank you for that.
So first, Caleb, thank you for the invitation. I am forever reminded of the kindness of people remembering that you live in the world in times like these. And it has been a very, very challenging week for those of us in North Carolina, but hopefully around the world who knew an amazing fiction writer and human spirit who nurtured and loved us. But I would not miss out on an opportunity to say his name, Randall Keenan, and to honor him and Chadwick Boseman and so many people who have left us this week, and John Thompson. And it feels like every day it's another amazing human being who did great things in the world leaving us. So to that end, I ask you all to join me and join those in this reading space who can, to give to the Blue Hat Foundation, which offers free screening to people, free colon cancer screening to people So that's what I'm reading on behalf of tonight. And I think that Caleb and others are going to donate. So I'll just get right down to it. Terrence Hayes, who is one of my beloved teachers, says, "You're only good as your next poem." So forget all that stuff he said and judge me by what comes forth right now, which I hope is good poem.
Cool. I love Terrence Hayes, and I just want to say, Lamar, I'm sorry for your loss, and Randall Cannon and Chadwick. That was such a shock, and yeah, it's just been a heck of a week and a heck of a year, and so thank you for coming out. Hopefully, we can heal through poetry a little bit.
I mean, the only thing I'll say before I read is that what each of the people that you named and others like James Coleman and so many people that I have been loved by in the ways that Black Southern men of a certain era loved us is that they understood what it means. They embody the kind of dignity that we are losing. John Lewis, so many people understood that the world is so much more than themselves. And in this narcissistic moment in which we live, I'm so grateful to have been reminded by the men who raised me, by my father, by other men who have been blessed to have in my life, what true sacrifice and dignity means. So I'm going to read a couple of poems that I often read from Sacrilegion, and then one or two that I never read that I think are relevant and to this moment, and some new poems in the middle. So I'm going to start my clock now because I rambled on and I want to use my time. So
no problem. I'm going to turn it over to you, Lamar. Thank you so much.
All right. So this is a poem called "What Did You Do to Yourself? Finding Fault." I was born and lived to darn myself a cocoon. I don't feel a thing in my left hand in here, but I used to feel everything everywhere else more than most. God said, "Let there be irony," and there was I, fighting the doctor's forceps on my coming out day. The preacher says, "In all things give thanks," and I do. Thank you, God, for this holy bum hand. It's nice to be able to hurt myself and not have to take the blame. Yesterday, I burned my ring finger into a bloody mess. It's been burning for a studied companion for years, or at least I think it has. I can't be sure, but where I'm from, I couldn't marry who I want anyway. The preacher says this desire is unnatural. God don't make no mistakes, and God don't like ugly. Thank you, God. I am an unnatural beauty. I've felt this desire as long as I've not felt my pinky. Long before I broke it doing exercises the good doctor told me would help me feel again. The one that's still broken because no one noticed, and I've learned it's easier to let you forget to sing. I wish some pervert had touched me when I was 6 or 17. Then I have someone else to share this blame. Every Sunday we sing, "Yes, Jesus loves me," to the children, and I cry. I stopped asking the preacher if his God loves me in my hand years ago. I intuited early I couldn't trust his truths. Little Jay's eyes light up every time I walk into the sanctuary. Thank you, God. I am not a pervert. I always read that poem because in this moment where we feel like we've made no progress, I like to say that in just 7 years, my poem has been proven untrue because I can now marry who I want, whoever I want. And so there is progress, and I think that's pretty permanent. I'm hoping that doesn't get taken away with everything else that feels imminently on the chopping block. I'm going to read a poem next that I don't read a lot from Sacrilegion. And I'm reading it now because for those of you who may not know, Labor Day weekend, which is imminent, is historically one of the what we call gay pride weekends around America, and it's in Atlanta, where I lived for many, many years and owned a home. And this is a scene from one of those weekends in my youth, my 20s, my wild 20s. Woe unto you, sons. 1. Send out your sons, the men of Sodom insisted. Inhospitality or the sin of knowing please would never do. What is the sin in wanting not the pulse of a man, but the satisfaction of making disciple of his nameless back or mouth? Take and eat, they said, then in that alley. They say in locker rooms and warehouses and dance halls now, darkened to shroud shame. Marvel at what is left when flesh becomes adornment. Legions of men focused not on the firmness of their feet, but the assurance in the grip of, I got you, baby, from the latest connoisseur who's taken daddy's place. The ones who can't forget the legacy of flesh burning flesh, a pat of a shoulder in the bathroom, a belt cracking. What's my name, boy? What's your name, boy? What's your name? What's 2? Stop! Drop! Shut them down, open up shop. Cloaked in pitch, mid-stairway, I watched the Madden writhing in the palace basement. DMX grunts over my head. My niggas is with it. You want it, come get it. Took it, then we split it fucking right. We did it. Hips and biceps wind and flail, shake the faggot out on the floor above, grind him to bits on knees and backs on the filthy cement floor. I want one mouth, one back, to melt into an O and call my name, to claim mine as his. I am not welcome there or here. I leave with one whose real name I do not know. I kneel before him, lick the salt from every inch of his flesh, then open as he comes again and again. The scars, leaching afresh, burst as I fall face first into the pillow, each memory, not feeling the scrim of safety ren, the skin against skin. Never soon enough, time topples onto itself. The sun exposes us, a tangle of limbs, behind his bedroom's shades, and the wombs crust over, stealing me into what feels like a kind of safety. Now I know why I never read that. I want to turn and read some new things. One is in a direct response to an earlier poem. This is also a North Carolina poem. And the only thing you need to know is that Eddie Long, who is referenced here, was born in Charlotte and died of a metastatic cancer in Atlanta, where he was a pastor. Apoptosis, or an essay as exorcism. Bishop Eddie Long is dead. The right to remain silent and a sham killed him. Unless you are Black, you've likely no idea whose name I just called. It could be any who said God made him do it. What matters? The author and finisher of my shame, the preacher I told you I wanted inside when I was 17, is dead too. If Jesus wept, as they say, I imagine he did as I do now for Eddie, for every fallen, every man, because he knew his father and those he'd not long fed would watch as blood rushed to his head and he imploded. A necessary sacrifice, we're told, to save the world from our hubris. Boys in Eddie's ministry say Eddie told them to call him daddy, his unholy touch holy, Take his hand, his man packed, join his posse, his marriage bed. When I gave one of Eddie's sons my hand, he, who'd have been my teen father, moaned, "Come closer, child." I was 21, but still a boy. I obeyed as boys are prone, then hid in a church pew, buried my shame in my imaginary father's breast as church boys do. Did you know studies show 50 to 70 billion cells die inside each of us every day? That 4,000 to 10,000 churches doors shutter every year? They call the former apoptosis, how our bodies shed dysfunctional cells, kill off what could kill us. Call it mercy killing of the silent killer cancer, who thrives when he avoids this program cell death. They say Eddie died of an aggressive cancer. The shuttering of church doors has no diagnosis, no pithy name, yet pews, emptier each week, keep humming, "Nearer, my God, to thee." If nothing belies God's grand design, this sudden absence must be an exorcism. The Trinity turning its heads in concert on houses where building funds trump filling the seats of Black folk with songs that sift centuries and leaven faith in America's dreaming lies, the cancer coursing through our minds' eyes. We must see Black daddies as cancer. We keep lining them in prison cells to die. And Black mamas missing their babies' daddies and their mamas' babies' daddies keep begging pardon every day, every week, every year on our behalf. No doubt Eddie's boys' mamas begged Eddie to lay hands on their sons, to anoint their heads, protect them from their daddy's sins, from men like him, like us, all casualties of some American war, missing in action or worse, living longer than even we expected. Obsessed with protection, except when you're Black, unless you consider that possession of Black bodies undergirds 9/10 of American law. Black girls, not exempt, find no innocence in our apoptic experiments. Case in point, their word as bond, mamas begged Robert Kelly, the Pied Piper of R&B, to bless their daughter's tracks. His annulled marriage of 15-year-old Aaliyah, news of his alleged assault of another girl, also 15, videos of a man who could play his haggard twin in one of his trapped in the closet videos, relieving himself on yet another Black girl's face. Nothing deterred us from drooling. "Age ain't nothing but a number," Robert wrote his cancerous words in his ex-wife's mouth. Ours, still, they say. Robert's twin tells girls in the videos to call him daddy. Our girls sold like dime bags on the Black market, ogled for sport in barbershops, house parties. Listen, oh how we've littered our great American songbook with Roberts and Bills and Romans and Buddies and Elvises and Marvins and so many boys who never learned to make sense of the unholy touch they endured, so they touch what they should not, rather legally. Neither Eddie nor Robert called prison home. Instead, they saw, they came, we saw. Oh, how we love being conquered, how we keep coming for more empty alms. Oh, Mama Gods, forgive us. We know what we've done to our children, and we think you're still listening. Oh, Maui, oh, Oshun, oh, Yemoya, why did we stop praying? Tiabane ki adina kina ijo ijogun, osi un il, biabane ki kanika ugonigobo, aibuna inakugemo. We burn down the house, we take human life, and when we pay this time, you'll watch our blood pour down our temples, our mortal wounds aflame, smile and proclaim, this is good, This is good. 2 more. One new, one from Sacrilegion. I owe this to a great debt of gratitude to a collective, the Carolina African American Writers Collective, of which I have been a proud member for a decade, and who have been so integral to my poetic process. And I'm so going to miss being with them, of whom one of your audience members, my brother Cedric Tillman, is also a member. Glad to see you, Cedric. This is called Queer. And of all the poems that are fairly new, I think this and the one I'm to read next are for Randall Keenan. Queer. A man is a woman inside, waiting to come home. A man inside a woman is a mother of pearl, a waiting handmaiden inside a man-made prison, prism of light. At the end of that tunnel, new birth. New birth? Tunnel to that end, light the prism, prison break every man's woe. Inside every man lies the seed of mother's tears, petaled, pearled, 7 weeks whole. Wonderfully, she, Ama, may I inside the we was, decipher the code, decode the cipher we forgot, to whom it may concern. Keep this nigger boy running. Oh, woe, man, come, woman, hater. Oh, nacre, oh, negus. Cry out, and she will rise inside. She's waiting. Black man, stop running. Come home. With a debt to Ralph Ellison, who's cited in that poem from line from Invisible Man. Randall had a favorite poem that he would often recite to me from memory. He was a prose poet. I used to tell him, much like Toni Morrison, who was one of his early mentors when he was an editor in New York City. So this is a poem by Gwendolyn Brooks, and then I'll read my poem after, and then one from Sacrilegion, and then I'll take my exit, and thank you for your time. This is a sonnet by Gwendolyn Brooks. First fight, then fiddle. First fight, then fiddle. Ply the slipping string with feathery sorcery. Muzzle the note with hurting love. The music that they wrote, bewitch, bewilder. Qualify to sing threadwise. Devise no salt, no hempen thing for the dear instrument to bear. Devote the bow to silks and honey. Be remote a while from malice and from murdering. But first to arms, to armor. Carry hate in front of you and harmony behind. Be deaf to music and to beauty blind. Win war. Rise bloody. Maybe not too late for having first to civilize a space wherein to play your violin with grace. Ooh, it always gives me the shivers, as they say, to read that poem. She said, "Go, let's make war, not love, first." Gwendolyn Brooks said that. She wasn't just telling people about Jazzing June. All right. So this is, hopefully you'll get it from the title, and not from the title, from the poem itself. And this is after Gwendolyn Brooks and after Randall Keenan. Sorry, I got my papers mixed up here. So I got to find the right version of it. So this is, because I've been working on this and I still don't think it's ready and done, but this is what an open mic is about. Like you get to try out new shit. All right, this is black, golden, shoveling. Hopefully you'll hear the resonances. This is also a debt to Terrence Hayes, who invented this form. Black, golden, shoveling. We learn from your mistakes, even if you don't, America. We're neither the diviner scrying mirror first you divine, nor the devil's door. Forced open now and then, we take the blame and wail in your kitchenette hell, fiddle tunes of victim hoodwinks and blues-tinged metaphors. Ply your bell jar with daddy experiments gonna arrive, the fall imminent for us all. We narrowly escaped slipping past your Svengali grin, dismissed like a second string bit player. When you gonna give me some, you bark, with your breath feathery as wet leather each time your lips part. Child and honey, our sorcery, we break dance on your amour for glistening brown, no muzzle on or presentiment to mask your incestuous predilection. One last note. Your whiteness will not protect you. The fallout of lies made myth with progressive repetition, forever slaves to your father's hurting hanker. Po child, we'll be waiting on the other side. Love. All right, and the last poem is a poem from Sacrilegion that I wrote on the day Barack Obama was, the few days after Barack Obama was elected, that opening week. He had a press conference, his first press conference. He made a statement in which that he was asked what kind of dog he would get. Remember when we were thinking of so quaint after an election as what would a president's dog be? I don't think we asked that 4 years ago. But this is an Ars Poetica that I never read for a number of reasons. There's some ugly words in it that I don't normally say. And also, I think it's painful to read now, 12 years hence. Well, I guess it feels like 12 years. It feels like 20 years, but it's only been 12. So this is Ars Poetica, November 8th, 2008, and I apologize for going over a little bit, but indulge me because I wanted to just say, vote, vote, vote. Ars Poetica, November 7th, 2008, with an epigraph from Barack Obama, much like me. That was his response when asked. I am the what are you? I am the brown, the red, the white, the sometimes blue. I got some Indian in my blood. I got some cracker too. Where I'm from, cracker is a badge men wear like nigga in some hoods. I am neither and both simultaneously. My family owns the land on which my family was massa enslaved. The crackers don't claim us anymore. The niggas never did. Too uppity for their shelved lives. I don't know what tribe I'm from, Indian or African. I've now found that out. My family never thought it important to note, and I cannot afford Dr. Kittle's test yet. I did afford it. That's a future poem. But when I can, and as people read my blood, I'm going back to Africa just like the crackers in my parts told me to see if my people there recognize me. Still haven't been, but going. The Muskogees here already reclaimed me, though our people voted us away. Although I've lost a lot of melanin and some of my native tongues, I'm going to offer the ones I've remembered. I'll tell them, soy su negro hermano más oscuro. Soy vasto, contengo las multitudes. They'll understand. I knew that language before I knew that language. It came naturally. So did my crush on my high school teacher, Senorita. He called me his hijo. I never got the nerve to call him daddy except in my dreams. Senorita had a nice ass. I am an ass man. No worries. I've never been a nymphomaniac. These days, HIV keeps me on an even keel. I am often left alone with my thoughts and my one good hand with this charge to keep, this God to glorify. I am mastering the power of positive thinking. I have had 3 decades of practice. I learned the power of the mind when I ignored my left hand, hanging limp like a tattered flag in my pledge of allegiance with tennis racket, trumpet, piano, pen, computer keys, backs, faces, hands, feet. I have kneaded them, cupped them, held them, watched them walk away whole and leave me bereft and free. The fingers I could move reached what no one else could, and everyone marveled in my path. Everyone in my path marveled, even my crackers and my niggas. Then one day I met a lawyer, another intelligente man with a nice ass who said, I can't get fucked by a cripple. And I've been trying to uncripple my mind ever since from wondering if Erb's palsy is why Johnny and Jason couldn't love me outside our darkened bedrooms' walls. I speak their names here now because my finikin airy God, oh, that's for Wallace Stevens, doesn't speak in elliptical verse. I need to tell you something. I am not your paragon, your darling geisha boy. I am not here to entertain you. I am not dying with AIDS. Doctors call my mixed blood a blessing, say I'm especially equipped to fight this intruder, my comforter, whose embrace may blind and maim me. See, I am not afraid of facing you or me or the notion of we the people anymore. I am your darker brother, O Langston Hughes. I am vast. I contain multitudes. I am the what are you? I am the brown, the red, the white, the sometimes blue, and I am all American. What are you? Thanks, y'all. Go vote, wear a mask, wash your hands, try some empathy on for size. Think of others before yourself, as Randall did, as Chadwick did, as John Lewis did, as so many of these people that we have lost have done. Let us model our every waking moment after them. Bless you.
Indeed. Thank you, Lamar. And I'm going to echo Lamar and say, vote, vote, vote. Get out and vote. Lamar, thank you for that beautiful reading. And I just wanted to say thank you for that. And I think we have some questions. If anyone has questions, feel free to post them in the comments. That was a powerful reading. I do want to plug the book again, Sacrilegion. Sorry, I mispronounced that earlier. Always do that.
It can be pronounced 2 ways. So I think I'm supposed to leave. I'm supposed to leave and come back. Is that right?
Yeah. Oh no. Just hang out for a second, okay. and then yeah, you're free to go. I just wanted to unless we have some other questions, I did have a question for you.
Okay. I thought the other poet was supposed to read, and then I was going to come back, and we were going to ask. I didn't know the format.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine with doing it now. I just wanted to do the right thing. So.
Oh,
I'm good.
Yeah. Sure. Well, first of all, I did want to say, I still have the note that you left me after you crashed on my couch when you were giving that reading in Asheville in 2016.
I remember that. It was so kind of you.
Oh, certainly. Well, anytime you're here. And I also want to say I watched your film, The Changing Same. and that was such a powerful, moving story. Really kind of haunting as well. But I feel like that's a really important film. Everyone should go watch that. Um, and there's a lot of things I love about it. I love the way you show the progression, the development of the White family that you interview from Mariana. Um, at one point in the film, you say in the 2019 film that you don't see change happening in that town. What gives you hope to keep going, and do you still believe that? And how have, if at all, have recent events affected Mariana, Florida?
Well, just last night, after much chagrin and a first attempt, the African American mayor, who was a classmate of mine, a couple years younger than I am, in a class with my cousin actually, who I played basketball with, who's now the mayor, and one of the other city commissioners, whose father is my barber and who's one of my father's closest friends. They were able to successfully, two African American men were able to successfully get a mask mandate passed, which sounds so sad that it's a feat of nature to happen, but it was actually rejected at first. So that was a sign of progress, because as you know, across the country, predominantly African American people are becoming infected with COVID and dying, and that has been the preponderance of the people who passed away in our town. I mean, in a town of about 8,000 people. And I've been writing to my former colleagues at the New York Times, maybe one of them is watching, and saying, come down again to Mariana and tell our story, because in the rural communities, there's not a lot of coverage. But in a town of about 8,000 people, in a larger county that has about anywhere from, depending on how you count the county lines, 30,000 to 40,000 people, we've got now almost 3,000 positive cases and 60 deaths. So that's like almost half of the course, and the positivity rate per county size for the state of Florida, we're one of the highest in the state of positivity rates per capita population. And so, but even with all the preponderance of evidence, it took a white doctor standing before these other commissioners saying to them, hey, listen to these kids, that you want to ignore. We need the mask. And then the mask mandate still only says that people who are working in public places must wear masks. Citizens don't have to wear it. It's just recommended. So, I mean, that's a sign of the both obstinance to like actual change in the present day, divorced from, racist violence of the past. In this present moment, we can't get our brothers and sisters who are not necessarily seemingly feel themselves impacted as greatly by this virus to care enough about our sickness and dying to pass a mandate or to wear masks. It's starting to change now, but I would tell you, I've been home since March, and for at least the first 3 or 4 months that I was home, because I've been teaching from home and sheltering with my parents, trying to keep them safe. They both, like me, have pre-existing conditions, but I feel like with them being seniors, I have a better shot at fighting this if I were to ever get infected. So, for months, nobody was wearing a mask. I would go into grocery stores and be glared at for wearing a mask. So to take it back to the film and to the subject matter of the film, for those of you who haven't seen it, it's about a lynching that happened in 1934. And the white family that Caleb is referring to is a couple who have now moved to Tallahassee to move out of the town because they lost their home in Hurricane Michael, which devastated our town 2 years ago. And even with everything that happened after that, there's been a kind of racialized discourse around preserving that tree, which was one of the few things in downtown that didn't get knocked over by the hurricane. And our film is actually kind of like a document of the town before the hurricane, because we filmed in 2017 before the hurricane happened. But that white couple you know, got a lot of flack for just even acknowledging that they knew that people in town had the victims' body parts intact in their home, that they had seen evidence of
Right.
this man from 1934. So that means people who are now deceased left this as a keepsake for their children and their children's children to preserve in their home. And they are still displaying this man's body parts as recently as 2017, possibly, and to this day. And so that's what I mean about change, is that the lack of empathy that is being projected down from the top, from our federal government, is trickling down, such that when the New York Times did come down, and then I'll be quiet so you can ask another question or go on to somebody else.
Oh no, please
When the
go
New York
on.
Times did come down in 2017, no, 2019, after the hurricane, and after um, the first government shutdown, one of the first assaults on our economy that occurred by this administration was to shut down the government in protest. It's done so many things we can forget these things. In protest of the Democrats not passing some legislation that he wanted passed, and so he would not sign off on what they had passed to keep the government open. Well, the preponderance of employers in this area that was once a farming community in Mariana is now, I call it a penal colony in another poem you'll see in Sacrilegion, are prisons. So most people work in federal prisons. So the majority of people here, after a hurricane in which they lost mostly everything, then lost their jobs and were furloughed and weren't getting paid for like the entire month of January, just 2 or 3 months after a hurricane destroyed everything for them. And so in the New York Times, when they came down, even with all of that, and they were asking the people who voted for this administration how they felt about it, they said, and you can go to the New York Times and Google Mariana, Florida, and Google this quote that I'm about to give you and see this story. They quoted a young woman who happened to be white. She said, and with no problem with them knowing her name, he was supposed to hurt them, not us. That's what she said. He was supposed to hurt them, not us. And so that's why the change hasn't happened. There is still, as I say in the documentary, as I said in the Code Switch interview that I was asked to do by NPR, by my dear friend Shireen Marisol, who's a wonderful writer in her own right. I was asked, about this question about change, and there's still this idea that whiteness will somehow protect you from everything that happens, that somehow your skin color makes you somehow better than or more privileged to resist. But or your wealth will somehow protect you. But what I want to remind us as Americans, since we don't seem to remember, those who were thrown into the camps at Auschwitz, many of them were millionaires, were wealthy Jewish people, and their money did not protect them. Some of them were able to escape, but many of them were not. And they didn't think people were going to come for them. They somehow thought that it was going to escape them. And so your whiteness will not protect you from this virus, from whatever that may be imminent. If we are to believe Octavia Butler, who was a prophet who told us in 1993 in A Parable of the Sower that such a man would become the leader of the country and such a thing would unfold. She predicted this, 20 years ago, and we didn't listen. So if all the ugly and horrible things that she predicted for 2023, which is on the precipice for us, if we don't listen to the prophets who have been coming, if we somehow believe that whatever valence of privilege, whatever that might be, racialized, gendered, sexuality, that somehow is going to protect us, we need to start to think about those who we think of as the less and the lower, which we shouldn't anyway think of them as such, and realize, as go them, go I.
Right. And I would certainly just echo what you're saying, and if anyone has any doubts at this point about the systemic racism going on. You know, there's a lot of things you can look at, but look at the way COVID is impacting communities like Mariana and other Black and Indigenous and Latinx communities that are being disproportionately affected by this. And the lack of empathy, of course, coming from Washington, the White House,
and from those of us who are seeing what is happening. What is, I will say, you asked about what has been encouraging to me, and this is after the film, and this is what I tried to say in my last words. Until there are more young women and young people like the woman in Charlottesville who stood in front of that car when it was trying to plow into a crowd of Black people in Charlottesville, God forbid that people have to lose their lives. And unless there's more men like the young man whose name we still don't know, who took the bullet from Kyle Rittenhouse last week, trying to protect those people who were peacefully protesting in Kenosha.
Anthony something, I think. They
Anthony,
did release,
right?
Yeah,
yeah. They finally released his name.
Who was trying to disarm?
Trying to disarm
murder.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, until people who don't look like us are willing to say, not on my watch, until the Viola Luisas who came down from Detroit in the 1960s during the Civil Rights Movement to kind of try to help, until the pastor who came from Boston, who came down to Montgomery, they lost their lives. And unfortunately, when they lost their lives, unfortunately, people started to say, somebody who looks like me has been getting killed. It's not just Emmett Till. It's not just some other person who I can emotionally distance myself from because they don't look like me. Until those people start losing their lives, or until more people who look like them, like those sea of mothers in Portland, those white women who stood in front of the protesters and said, you're going to have to come through us, until other people who are allies become not just passive allies, but active allies, and say to the people who they can see posting ugly things on Facebook about what they're going to do, or who are threatening to do violence, until they call them out, until they start to step in place, things are not going to change. I am starting to see more of those people stepping into the streets. And I was really encouraged during this recent Fomenta protest to see more people, a more rainbow coalition of people coming out to really do what I could not do because of COVID. I could not put my parents at risk, or I would be in the street. Sure. You know, so yeah, I'm hopeful in that way.
Absolutely. And I will say, get out in the streets. It's gotten to the point where it can't be ignored anymore. And get out in the streets if you can. Vote. Everyone should vote, and turn this around, because like you said, these are serious times, and vote like your life depends on it. If your life doesn't depend on it, some people's lives depend on it. And I'm
arguing all our lives depend on it. You just don't know yet. It's
right,
just
like you said, your money.
It's just our lives are being taken right now on television. But eventually, if you don't fall in line with what these people want, your life be damned. Whoever you might be, I can imagine it's either our side or their side, and that's where we're headed. That's where we already are. And so, I mean, that is unfortunately the choice that we've been given. So our lives do depend on it, because my life is your life. That's what I'm trying to say. And that kind of empathy has been inbred into African American communities from the inception. I always marvel at the fact that the same people who would beat and abuse people would give them their children to nurse, because they knew that those women would take care of those children as if they were their own, not out of fear of retribution, but out of love for human life.
Right. And a lot of these same people call themselves Christians. And
yes,
you were talking earlier about listening to prophets.
Yeah.
And
well, I want to hear some of these other poets, Caleb. Are there other questions?
Oh, certainly.
I'm sorry.
No, I think that's about it. Unless did you have another poem, or
Oh, you want me to read another poem?
Sure, yeah. If you got one more, we can
Oh my
we
God.
can leave it with one more.
Okay, okay,
But
okay.
I appreciate you speaking to all that.
I do have a poem.
All
And
right.
this is for another. This is another North Carolina poet for. This is for another North Carolina. My dear sister Glennis Redmond.
Oh
Um,
yeah, Glennis.
and for my
Yay.
and for one of my godmothers, who last year in April, tell you, 2019, 2018, 2019, 2020 have been rough. And in the month of April last year, T.S. Eliot said, excuse me, yeah, he says April is the cruelest month. Well, it was the cruelest month for me. I lost 4 women who raised me in 1 month. I literally went to
Oh.
successive funerals. And one of those women was actually the daughter of Claude Neal, who was like a grandmother to me, who helped raise me. And my was a big part of my life and my community. So, but this is for Glennis, and this was written for not Miss Allie Mae, but for Miss Annie Pearl Long and Glennis. So this is how to make a tea cake. Miss Annie Pearl made the most amazing tea cakes. And if you're a Southern person, you know what a tea cake is. If you don't, Google it. How to make a tea cake. Sweep the hate the day gave you out the door first. Then let dawn-dewed hands spoon into a warm pan enough butter and shortening to thicken the flour that always does the trick. Think of all the children whose laughter soon will fill the empty spaces he and she left. How sweet their unhinged bliss. Taste and see the brown sugar and an egg you've whisked. See how they dimple the dough, not unlike the dimples, the sight of such simple wonder and sights in your own kissed men. How vanilla, lemon, buttermilk, and baking soda take the heat off the salt and nutmeg. Feel the leavening happen as your pointer presses pecans inside, kept whole because this bread cake like a lover's gaze. Kneading the dough, etch a scroll into the pulp at the center, and without anyone spying, lift pink heels just so. Let the oven door seal the deals you've made with the ones with so many names to fix it like they promised. Now watch this meal the day beat into bland and panned, rise, settle, and quicken from its sarcophagus. Vamp the hiss moan you hum until your pièce de résistance, perfumes the entire room until, you know it's ready to come out, join you seated on the counter. Atop the range, its heat rousing your undulating waist, wetting your quivering bottom lip. Take all the time you can. Park the layers you smooth with tips, fingers wet with ginger, slick with salt. Then slip a sliver into your own mouth. Savor your handmade savior, this rare treat. I think of you now, feasting then as if you knew we, your brothers, your sisters, your children, becoming others' lovers, fathers, and mothers each day, coming and going so fast, we could not see you fighting this hunger, eating away inside every day. Would always need so much, always take what you give so freely to yourself when we aren't looking. Oh, how does a man born of a woman know so little of how joy tastes? Thanks.
Thank you, Lamar. I think we'll leave it there, but I just want to say it was an honor to have you. And thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you.
And we hope you can come back and join us again sometime.
Okay, I'm going to
the
respond to
future.
somebody's question in the chat. Octavia Butler, Parable of the Sower. Go read it. She wrote about it. She wrote that there was going to be somebody who ran on the mantra, Make America Great Again. She wrote that in 1993 in a book. All right. Take care, y'all. Be well.
Thank you, Lamar. Take care. Stay safe. Give it up one more time for Lamar Wilson. All right. Wow. That was powerful. Thank you, Lamar. And thank you, everyone, for tuning in tonight to the one and only Poetry Open Mic Asheville, coming at you live from Asheville, North Carolina. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight. We're going to get to some other poets. We got a whole bunch of people lined up to perform tonight. And we thank them, and we thank you for tuning in. We appreciate all the likes, comments, and shares. I think we actually have a few more comments there for Lamar. And I want to remind everyone to visit LamarWilson.com, LamarWilson.com, and get the book Sacrilegion. We have a few more comments here. And also, Lamar is we are donating for Lamar tonight to the Blue Hat Foundation, and we encourage anyone else who wants to. Lamar encourages you to make a donation. They do great work with kidney disease, so thank you for that. More comments. Cedric says hi. Shout out to Cedric. Good to see you, Cedric. Yes, indeed. A few more comments here. Awesome. We want to thank Sovereign Kava, who is our sponsor for this event. They are open for cashless, to-go orders only, masks required, and they also do delivery through Kickback Asheville. Also, if you are performing tonight, as a thank you, Sovereign Kava offers you free double shot of Kava at the bar. Just give them your name, tell them you performed at open mic, and they'll hook it up. Colon cancer screening, excuse me. But yes, please do support the Blue Hat Foundation. And thank you, Lamar, for that. Such a great reading. Let's get to some other performers. We do sign up each and every week in the Poetry Open Mic Asheville group on Facebook. Make sure you join the group for more updates and all kinds of good stuff. We have Lee Stockdale coming up next on the mic, and then we got Kevin Evans and Morgan, Kelly, Rachel, Dane, Christopher, Justin, Gregorio, Emilio, and I think we got a couple other folks too. If you're performing tonight, make sure to follow the link. Oh yeah, East Dog, if you're out there, follow the link, enter the StreamYard studio, and we'll get you on here as soon as possible. But let's go ahead and go to Lee. Thank you for being here tonight. Lee, y'all know what to do. Jump up and down, make a whole bunch of noise for Lee Stockdale. Lee, what's up, man?
Hey, man, that was so good, Lamar. That was really good. I mean, really, that was so good. I love that so much. It was unbelievable. Beautiful.
Yeah, really powerful.
Beautiful poetry. Beautiful guy. Doing all the right things. Man, but you know what? I'm positive about the future. I mean, we got no choice, you know? I'm not positive with COVID, thank God, but I'm positive about the future. And
optimistic, yeah.
I don't know, you know, it's crazy, wonderful times. Hey, I'm going to read some things, and I wasn't going to read this, but you know, he said, "Hey, an open mic's a time to do some new stuff." So this is something new. It's called. I've got 3 poems I'm going to do here. This is called "My Father's Milk Truck."
All right, I'll turn it over to you, Lee. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Caleb. We were having lunch at a diner on stilts, my mother and sister and I in the Keys, while visiting Aunt D, who did not cook. The waitress brought 3 glasses of ice water, then with my sandwich, a carton of milk, with an empty glass to pour the milk into. I poured the ice water into the empty glass, then poured the milk into the now empty cold one. Dad always does that, I said. I slowly realized my mistake as my mother's silence shattered the windows, flooded the Keys, and became the Atlantic that poured back in and went up my nose and down my throat. And here is what my mother's silence said. A, Your father is dead. He killed himself. B. He is dead. He is not present tense. C. Pouring ice water from one glass into another shows how simple your father was. D. You are simple and stupid to do it now. E. Your father was not a man to emulate. F. There are no men left for you to emulate. G. Don't ever mention your father again. All she needed to say was, that's a neat trick. This is called Let It Be Sunday. I help serve the communion wine when the organist starts into Let It Be, which is not her normal fare, and I begin to feel surreal, repeating the blood of Christ, the cup of salvation, moving from one communicant to the next as they come from their pews. I try to adopt a solemn persona, except now I'm reflecting on the Beatles' White Album, less collaborative than Abbey Road, produced when they were breaking up, which was more cohesive than Let It Be, their last, which I'm now comparing with The Last Supper, telling his disciples, do this in remembrance of me. Remarkable, we're still doing it 2,000 years later. The organist must be a Beatles fan, cranking it louder. So I raise my voice, the blood of Christ, the cup of salvation, caught up in the passion of Christ, but also the passion of Hey Jude, Sergeant Pepper, their earlier stuff. She was just 17 until the last person comes to the rail. So this last poem is called The Dwight D. Eisenhower National Interstate Defense Highway System, which in fact is the technical name for interstates. So instead of I-40 or I-26, what we should really be saying is, oh, it's down the Dwight D. Eisenhower National Interstate Defense Highway System 40. So it's got two epigraphs. I don't ever do epigraphs, but somebody read this and said, should have epigraphs. So Wikipedia. Eisenhower also gained an appreciation of Germany's Autobahn network as a necessary component of a national defense system while he was serving as Supreme Commander of Allied forces during World War II. Second epigraph, Woody Guthrie. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters, this land was made for you and me. The road doesn't come with crossroads or turnarounds. A straight shot right through the hall of shame. Remorse and apologies are Confederate money where travelers want less whimper, more bang, before they cast their lot with fools who just for the court tap dance for kings in a Stonehenge arranged to capture the sun when moons become bored with being so small. The weary wake to the mournful cock. The town crier, too, has a hard time crying for ancestors lining the road of the dead, Adam and Eve, Mozart, JFK, whose smoke climbs up the eternal flame. From the Empire State to the City of Angels, and all Lincoln's whistle stops in between. Die, die, my darling, it's Hollywood time, where everyone speaks in perfect rhyme, knows flying monkeys, or someone who does, coaxes Chaplin out of his grave to walk his walk, and they keel over laughing. Elvis sings, it's now or never. It better be never. Never, never comes on the interstate highway that never ends. Hey, thanks, and be good, wear masks, do yoga, love one another. Thank you. Night, Caleb.
Thank you, Lee. Give it up for Lee. Thank you so much, Lee. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming by. It's always good to hear from you. And hopefully we'll see you again soon. So take care out there. And as Lee said, vote.
Peace.
Peace. All right. Thanks again for tuning in to Poetry Open Mic Asheville, coming at you live tonight on Facebook and YouTube. Thanks to Sovereign Kava, our sponsor. Many thanks again to our featured poet, Lamar Wilson. We've still got some great performers coming at you, so stay tuned, y'all. We're just getting into it. And y'all get comfortable, relax. It's open mic night. I always feel better after a little open mic. Hope y'all do too. All right. Yes, indeed. Some comments there for Lee. What's up, Lee? Yes, indeed. Thank you. Big shout out to our technical director, my brother Morgan Beissert. Thank you, Morgan. All right. Next up on the mic, I think we have Kevin Evans. Wait, do we have Kevin? Where's Kevin? Kevin. Okay, we might have lost Kevin there for a second. We'll get Kevin reconnected. By the way, if you're performing tonight, make sure to follow that StreamYard link and enter the broadcast studio so we know you're ready to go, and we'll get you on as soon as possible. All right. We'll get Kevin reconnected, but in the meantime, let's go to our next performer. We got Morgan in the house, ready to go. Let's beam in Morgan. Y'all know what to do. Make some noise for Morgan.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely. Hey, how you doing?
Y'all can hear me okay, right?
Yep, we can hear you.
Excellent. So, I was loving Lamar's stuff, and it's kind of inspired me to share some divine love poetry.
Certainly.
I've got some love, some gay love for Jesus, and some not gay love for the goddess that I like to flirt with. So I'm gonna read about both of those. And
well, we are all about love here on the Love Stream.
That's right.
And, thank you for joining the open mic. Where are you joining us from tonight?
Williamsburg, Virginia, but my family lives in Durham, and I love Asheville. Yeah, Asheville's second home. Yeah,
Certainly.
All right. So this one's just called Jesus.
All right.
I don't know what to say about you. You have always been a projection, even though you're a real person. Very few people give a shit about actually knowing you because they'd rather write a comprehensive hardback book that analyzes everything about your historical context and all the possible meanings of your words with enough hat tipping to church fathers to be able to say this is what the real Christians have always believed. I saw an artist's reconstruction of you as a man with chocolate eyes and a Jewish nose, and I wanted to recline against your breasts like John did, or maybe even suckle at your side wound like medieval monks, or simply shiver naked before you. Are you the lover who comes to me at night and unlaces my heart one button at a time? Or are you like the Jesus bros who slapped each other's butts in college and skinny dipped together but made it clear that all of it was no homo? I see you laughing. See you bursting into laughter when I write this saying, Morgan, you are so much. We're going to have so many epic conversations when our light beams intertwine at supernovas. And yes, I get that we're already doing that, but what's the difference between you and us? Am I bullshitting when I say you speak to me through children and homeless people, or is it actually you? I say a lot of things that seem true about how you speak, and I hope you won't scowl at me one day when I'm standing before you, so I realize every bit of this was pulled entirely out of my ass. I have a feeling you're going to scowl for a moment and then say, just kidding, I got you, didn't I? Because you were the most irreverent prankster man god to ever walk the face of the earth. Your wrath only thundered when you talked to men who never smiled and folded their arms against any healing taking place as part of worship, because God deserves all the glory and it dishonors God to have a body with needs. You said being a real actual body is what this shit has always been about. Do you smack your head when the body aloof seminarians use words like incarnational in their zealous essays in which you figure so prominently as protagonists of the book they would tear gas Lafayette Square to hold proudly as a selfie? But let's just be real. Eat my flesh and drink my blood is a very gay thing to say, and that's why the manliest of men stopped following you that day, even though they managed to make Eucharist something other than eating you naked. Those of us who know still wink at you when the priest lays you directly on our tongues, and sometimes we launch into ecstatic utterings just to feel you in our mouths, the way your body dissolves into our bodies in that moment before we get to sip on your blood. I'll bet the Romans thought we were vampires and zombies, and that's why the bishops panicked and made your church a patriarchy. But despite the bishop's best efforts to make you an idea, not a body whose blood I drink, when I taste your glory in my mouth, I never spit any of it out, and I realize that I do know how to talk about you, Jesus. You are the God who lets me eat and drink you, much to the horror of the men who hid you inside a book. All right, this one's about a goddess from South America. I met you once on a bus that was going to Zihuatanejo. You were getting off in Chilpancingo. I made you say it twice because I was enamored with the way that air vibrates differently out of just like your skin is so much darker than mine, and you were wearing pink flip-flops, and you knelt in your seat the whole time looking out the window and giggling as I tried in my clumsy Spanish, but you weren't snobby like the white girls are. You just preside over the rainforest like a mother who has no worries because her children know their place. They perform their dance perfectly. Nobody gets too big, nor does anyone die off because there's room for all. You're such a young mother, and the painting I stole off the internet from my icon wall, your green hair never grays, your skin stays moist, but sadly it doesn't. I have learned. You opened my eyes that day in San Cristobal when you appeared in two Mayan girls, each of them barefoot, wearing their village colors, clutching threadbare Zapatista dolls, a peso each. They each grabbed a finger. Por favor, cómpralo, señor, por favor. I can never be a tourist again, I wrote. You have chased me through my dreams ever since, showing me jungle slashed and burned. I will spend my entire lifetime atoning for my people's sin, and yet your voice says, come to the jungle. What good could a gringo do down there? What if I had mated with a jungle girl? Is that as colonial as it feels to say? I like my chocolate picante like that abuelita ice cream in Rio Bravo. You tease me from afar as I sit in suburgatory. I want to reggaeton with you in downtown Bogota. I want to spin and crash into every jungle tree with you. And yet I belong to the invisible desert God. Oh, I really hope that you are the same God, because God, if you're a chocolate cinnamon goddess, then heaven will be the soda fountain of my teenage dreams. You can't stop me watching you giggle on that bus, speaking in tongues at you. This is, I got two short ones now. This is called The Serpent's Fruit. He understood clearly that all he had to do was hold the Bible courageously for all the cameras after the black people had been removed by tear gas. And this has always been the purpose of the Bible, to be held courageously so that moral high ground could be established whenever black people protest. It is the duty of a Christian master to hold his Bible with authority and make it clear whose side he's on. And surely there were many Bible-fearing, courageous Americans who paused from their Facebook battles to stand in their living rooms holding Bibles and snap a selfie to show the liberals that all Bibles matter and you cannot win because God chooses me since I'm holding his Bible. Just like the first Bible teacher promised, I do not have to share the fruits of the garden if I'm holding the one fruit that gives me the right to speak for God. And last, photon torpedoes. I just want photon torpedoes that I could hurl down the suburban streets that would go everywhere a lie is being told and explode the lie surgically upon impact, not hurting the speaker badly, but providing sufficient shock to awaken them from the puppet show they didn't know they were living in. Why are lies allowed to become entire gated communities filled with giant SUVs which never have to roll their windows down so that an entire universe is physically airtight, ensuring every encounter with outsiders is guarded by the stories that make them non-player characters? Until the bubble shatters in a way that breaks real glass, we will live inside the lie that everything is stable. And stability is the Satan who murders all of our joy and turns us into statues saluting flags. And that's it.
All right. Thank you, Morgan. Wow. Thank you for sharing the poetry. It's so awesome to have you join us tonight, and I hope you can make it back again sometime and
Sounds
share
good.
more of that. Yeah, love the gay love for Jesus.
Amen.
Amen. Well, thank you very much. Take care, and we'll see you again soon. Everyone, give it up one more time for Morgan. Awesome. Very good. And thank you for tuning in tonight to Poetry Open Mic Asheville. We're having a great night so far, and we got a whole lot more coming at you. East Dog is in the house tonight. Christopher T. George is here. Dane's here. Kelly and Rachel are here. And Justin Blackburn. We got Emilio and Gregorio later on. Awesome Chicago poets. So we're traveling around tonight and we're having a good time. And I think we got Kevin Evans connected now, so we're gonna get Kevin Evans beamed in and get him on here. But y'all make some noise for the great Asheville poet Kevin Evans. Give it up, y'all.
Okay, we're connected. All right.
Awesome, Kevin. Glad it worked. It's good to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, it froze up on me again. I could hear the audio, but so I left real quick, but by the time I came back, it was
That's all right. Sometimes you just gotta restart it. That's cool. We just roll with it. But
so we're good now.
Awesome. Well, it's good to see you again. I did just see you the other day. We had a little socially distanced music and poetry cookout in Aaron Price's backyard. And that was great. Kevin Evans on the grill. Not only is he a fine poet, he can cook some food. That's for sure.
It's just chemistry. It's just some fire and stuff.
Right? I hear you. Well, how you doing tonight, Kevin?
I'm doing all right. I'm a little groggy, a little tired. I stayed up past my bedtime.
I feel you.
And then it had to work a long day, but it's all good.
Well, I appreciate you being here anyway. And I know you got some good poetry to share with us tonight.
Yeah, I got some things. I'm gonna read a little from my Get on the Bus piece as well.
Oh yeah, that's right. Kevin has a piece that just came out on getonthebus.avl.com. Oh, there it is. And everyone should go and check out that link and read Kevin's piece. But he's gonna give you a little preview of it now and share some poems, maybe some blues harp and stuff. So I'm gonna turn it over to Kevin Evans. So y'all know the drill. Jump up and down, make a whole bunch of noise for Kevin.
Good evening. First of all, I want to say how great everybody has been tonight. And Lamar, just excellent. Like, not just the poems, but your focus and where your mind is at, where your heart is at. I think there's very important messages. So this piece I wrote is called Generational Genesis Part 1. So it's actually a featured piece. It's not like a poem. It's basically it's autobiographical more so. And it's from a certain time period in my life. But anyway, here we go. And this is on getonthebus.avl.com. So you can find this piece as well as other pieces by some great writers that we've done a little collaboration type thing or a collective type of thing online. Failure is a huge part of life, but is it truly failure if one is still trying? Every once in a while, testimonial moments of confession are warranted. There are many things that brew and pop within the human vessel that may rarely, if ever, arrive at a point of fluid release. Certain things are rarely addressed. I have concluded, sometimes people are cats. In the wee hours when the night has no eyes, those cats come in threes. They scramble through the shadows around buildings dotted in summer bushes and trees. I lived in Hampton, Virginia from April 2004 until July of 2010. Of course, this is coastal Virginia, which is America's mid-Atlantic region. I remember there were countless seagulls suspended in the air or swaying on the ground oftentimes. If you walked with anything edible in your hands, they were likely to swoop down and attempt to gaffle it from you. The seagulls were quite hungry and relentless, oftentimes posing as innocent, angelic creatures, then ravishing public dumpsters along with parking lots of strip malls and all-night diners. They may be spotted picking around and through lost baggies of cocaine and weed, used condoms, undergarments, eggs, pancakes, and sometimes loose money and change. For a time while living in Virginia, I worked at one of those late-night diners. I've cleaned those parking lots on Saturday and Sunday mornings as the seagulls feasted and descended into the blacktop. One thing is quite clear, regardless of what I found and saw, or what these grimy coastal birds found and saw, that never entailed a pot of gold. At times, contingent upon what kind of night preceded the morning, you might have found bullet shells, but never a rainbow and never really any real gold. Any gold that I encountered in Virginia was more prominent in human form, adding to the richness of certain experiences. One of the initial draws for me to move to Hampton was that at the time, both of my brothers resided in the area known as the Peninsula. Virginia for me was a rite of passage. It was an education, tutelage, self-discovery, etc. Before I arrived in the Seven Cities, Hampton Roads, Virginia, I was a bit of a nonconformist. The move to Hampton was a compromise and plan B. I was actually planning on moving to Mexico for a while instead, but was ill prepared. I arrived on April 25th, 2004, when I was 22 years old. I didn't have a car, a license, a job, nor did I have any college education under my belt. I had a little money saved from working 2 jobs the year prior, but not enough to last beyond a couple of months. What I did have was a great support system between my 2 brothers and their good folks already connected with them in Virginia. It was difficult to navigate the area without a vehicle. Obtaining gainful employment was also a bit challenging for me at the time. In a way, the seemingly random move from Asheville to Hampton felt like a punishment and lesson in discipline and manhood somehow. It felt like the type of growing pains that I had coming to me for not being grown enough already, or for not being regular, normal enough with regard to the conventional. I knew upon arrival that this place and experience was going to bring and make something different out of me, and that I may not like all of it. And that's just a little piece, like an opening part of the Generational Genesis Part 1 at getonthebusavl.com. And there will be a Part 2 at the end of September, and that's when the story gets really crazy. But anyhow, this piece I'm going to read is from actually March 17th, 2020. So this is right when they were starting to do the lockdown, shelter in place, this type of thing. So this is kind of my first impression of a feeling or a tone of the whole pandemic and COVID-19 in 2020 and so on and so forth. It's called Scratch and Sniff Prohibitions. We, the supposedly everyday human being, we, as of now, are the forbidden fruit to everybody. I can't smell, lick, touch, scratch, or even breathe you, or vice versa. We are prohibited. Anybody is contagious, and the question, mystery, paints a bigger blank in our eyes. In the melting think tank, in our language, our tainted, heavily breathed upon language, heavily stepped on, prepped, stretched, and gone. The language of fire and dust, the language of cloud, crutch, and cut. We, the supposedly regular folks, can only communicate. And although at this time we may not always be able to touch each other, we can still feel each other, to heal one another piece by piece, one by one. Not just reaching out and devil horn, because a living electric green light housed body always eventually burns for the twitch, the switch of the warm. We, the cotton smothered, strapped in mouth. We, the latex skin, the silky, rubbery, globally gloved probe touch, proven to pump sanitized perspiration and salivation, prayed over in secular salvation, whispers swiped and wiped in national holy swabs, afraid of every spring sniffle, snort, hat, cough, and plastic, couch bodied lap dance. And yes, the language, the whispers, mumbles, they pass through rat traps and cellars unopened since the 1960s. That language, this language gets stranger and stranger, screaming without mic or cord. Can no one hear? Is everything on pause and mute too? I want it to touch us, but sometimes it feels too late. And this last one, pardon me, is entitled Apple Trees That Told Me They Don't Speak. It's from April 8th, 2020. And it's about loss, human loss, or the spirit. It seems there are some people with impeccable timing for going missing from the magical body. The rocky, earthy, fleshy vibration that is we, us, mist up in the ceiling, watery, almost smoky, then cloudy and celestial whirling above the city. And you smile upon all of us remaining crazies, and we still say we love you and we miss you, knowing you will pitter patter all of this folding twilight rain, then write a special long short word on the window. You hang in the flowers of the widows, the flowers just now blooming and hanging on the trees. Sometimes when people leave, they leave behind more of themselves than they ever held. We never walked through that orchard together, let alone whispering beneath the pretty and giant pink moon. But now we are, having burnt not a one barn. And I'll close out with a little blues harp. I'll try to do the double vertical blues harp, but we'll see. D and E. Woo. That's probably enough. I thank y'all. It's been great.
Kevin Evans, y'all.
Hey,
Thank you, Kevin.
thanks, man.
Appreciate that, man. Love the double vertical now.
I try it every once in a while. Sometimes it comes out better than other times. I don't
That's
get
cool.
to practice much.
I know, man. It's one of the biggest bummers has been not being able to get out and play with other people, you know. So anyway, glad we can keep it going in the virtual realm, and thank you for stopping by tonight, as always.
Yeah, thank you, man, and I hope to see you next week. I hope to write some new poetry by then. We'll see. I've been kind of keep him busy with other things too. So we'll see.
Well, Kevin writes like at least a poem or two every day is like his standard. So I think you could take a breather. I mean, you'll be all right.
Yeah,
But yeah, I always look forward to hearing new work from you.
Thanks, man.
Absolutely. Well, Kevin, man, we'll see you next week. Thanks for stopping by tonight.
Yeah, man. Cheers. Everybody have a good night.
Cheers. Give it up one more time for Kevin Evans. Oh, all right. We're doing all right here. Thank you for being with us tonight. It's so great to see everyone out there. Appreciate the likes, comments, and shares. And thank you for tuning in to Poetry Open Mic Asheville, coming at you live from good old Asheville, North Carolina. We're happy to bring you this. All right. We got some comments here for Kevin. Thank you so much, Kevin. And do check out his piece at getonthebusavl.com. He's got some other writing on there, and there's writing from a bunch of other great Asheville writers here in the community. Justin Blackburn, Caleb Calhoun, Joanna Haggerty. It's good stuff, so check it out. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Kevin. Anyway, we're going to keep things moving tonight. I do want to thank our feature poet again, Lamar Wilson. And I encourage you to check out his website. And also his documentary film piece, The Changing Same, which we talked about, is fantastic piece. I encourage everyone to watch it. Really powerful, thought-provoking stuff. And if you are able to, please donate to the Blue Hat Foundation, which works to provide colon cancer screenings, and we're happy to support the work that they do. So, anyway, and of course, many thanks to our sponsor tonight, the one and only Sovereign Kava. It's been our home for nearly 10 years here in Asheville as we continue to bring you this open mic in the virtual realms. So, anyway, we got some more great performers coming at you. Y'all stick around. You know it. Appreciate the comments, y'all. Appreciate you tuning in. Let's see. Up next, we have two of my absolute favorite open mic performers. Great poets, Kelly Hoyer and Rachel Atkins are up next. We're going to see if we can beam them in here to the virtual open mic. But y'all know what to do wherever you are, if you're in your car or on your couch, or even if you're in public somewhere, hopefully wearing a mask. Do a little dance, jump up and down, shout, and put your hands together for Kelly Hoyer and Rachel Atkins. Yeah! Woo!
Hello.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Rachel-
Oh, it's great. It's great. We're doing open mic, so I'm happy. And y'all are here.
Yes,
so I'm
that's
even
right.
happier. It's great to see y'all.
She says it's good to see you too. She just can't hear you because of the.
Oh, right. Oh, that's so funny.
I know.
Rachel's like, oh yeah, I'm just going along with whatever they look like they're saying.
Exactly. But
cool. Yep. Well, glad y'all could be here, and I will say that that Kelly and y'all been hosting this their own open mic called The Shit Show and Tell for many years, kind of an underground house open mic here in Asheville, which is suspended for the time being, but hopefully there'll be some stuff going on with that soon.
You know, I will say, I'm like, it's almost like too early to feel like I even should talk about it, but
sure.
I'm working on a podcast, which is listener submitted art. So
big announcement there.
But that's like 9-10 months out before our first episode's probably
okay.
coming out.
I know those things take time.
They do.
But that's cool. We'll look forward to that, and I'm so glad you could be here tonight. You got some poems to share with us?
Yeah. Yeah. So
And then you're gonna turn it over to Rachel after that.
yeah, we'll
So,
just do it seamless if you would.
all right.
Mhm.
Sounds good. Well, I'm gonna turn it over to y'all.
All right, sounds good. Thanks.
All right, y'all give it up for Kelly and Rachel.
All right. So I'm going to be doing, I don't have anything new yet to share. So I was going through my poetry from like 6 years ago, and I found this one, and I felt like we're all feeling a little distant from others. So you have to understand that I am not a person. I'm out of body. Sickness is getting trapped inside it. I laugh and I smile out of this face, but it is a mask. I do not recognize it. I wish I could peel back my own layers and see what it is I am made of. I imagine a fractal fracture of a macroskeleton made from electricity and ectomorphia, or jewels layered in hypnotic dismay, decadence seeking degradation, a gutter filled with glitz and glitter. Tell me about human contact. My life is becoming more about the abstract, but I think deep down I am burning a single ember. And when connection seems close, it grows flames of fingers that reach out and latch onto the other's source until they lose hold, restricting them into piles of ash and dismal. I miss all those quiet rebellions, the laughter that went bump in the night. Now it's dressed in affect infinity. I don't put up a fright. All right, so that's the only one I'm going to read from me. But so the next poem I'm going to read is called The Laughing Heart. It's by Bukowski. I kind of have a love-hate relationship with him, but when a poem's good, it's good. So your life is your life. Don't let it be clubbed into dank submission. Be on the watch. There are ways out. There is light somewhere. It may not be much light, but it beats the darkness. Be on the watch. The gods will offer you chances. Know them. Take them. You can't beat death, but you can beat death in life sometimes. The more often you learn to do it, the more light there will be. Your life is your life. Know it while you have it. You are marvelous. The gods wait to delight in you. All right, so now I'm going to hand it over to Rachel.
What did he say? What are we doing?
You're doing your poem.
Okay, going straight for it?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to do two. This one's a little bit older, I'm going to start with, and then I'm going to read one that I just wrote a few hours ago, so bear with me. This magnetism pulling me towards the faceless is crippling and debilitating, but I still feed its hunger. I'm in and out of myself like an adopted street cat is to its new home, and I'm wondering what secret romantic gesture I'm going to find hidden in this cracked crevice spine. My tinted lenses did not open my perimeters wide enough for me to see myself on the other side, but these broken bonds have been glass shards in my throat that I wash down with self-doubt and stars. These thoughts of betrayal are fixated on past versions of myself, ones who allowed more damage, were less jaded. You know, I always thought there would be more time to build a structure rather than watch it plummet before I'm finished setting up the foundation. But I know. I am my own devil. I am my own salvation and sacrifice too. However, I also know that ghosts are better off dead. As if a fly in a glass of wine is even ironic anyway, or rather, painting a portrait of gluttony unaware and abandoned, as if fight or flight are our only options, as if. Perhaps this pertains to the tile floor I watch myself be laid on as I'm being entered like a spider in the corner observing the overcrowded. Stripped of control, out of body and mind, disassociated from all reality. After all, I am the spider. My house is constantly invaded, but why do I keep the door unlocked when I can just fit through the cracks, slide under the door? But I'll still notice when you're watching, because you see, these wounds are deeper than you will ever grasp because you refuse to know me. And that's okay, because my path requires no one to know me. But blood isn't bitter, no matter how many times you say it is. These past hauntings prevent future growth, but I'm slowly maneuvering out of them. And in the meantime, I am not an option. I am not anonymous. I am not to be plagiarized or wiped clear. So watch me as closely or as far away as you care to. I'm still that evergreen, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Okay, I wrote this one today. It's called Optimism. I'm going to close this door. I am dry. I am juicing myself like an old citrus trying to fill up an entire container, but what's left of me? What's left of the world? Why has love become so political? I watch everything collapse around me, but I'm still expected to be a cog moving in the clock, punch in, punch out, wash, rinse, repeat, 6 feet. What is normalcy anyway? I'm still not getting any better, but I'm still expected to grind and shine and feel and better and love and live and nurture from inside my home where I watch the New World Order take over while everything around me burns. But shouldn't it? What's stopping me from ripping away all these pages, from slicing my own 2 hands until they bleed all over the floor, the fact that I'll have to clean it all up later? And dreams of fornication and labyrinths may just motivate me more, but towards what? This ever-evolving, twisting, turning of hate and disease, wash, rinse, repeat, 6 feet. I watch everything around me burn right down to the ground because shouldn't it? I am dry enough to burn right with it, but maybe the ashes will build something new, and maybe the building blocks for this better future are built upon the backs of everyone equally, but I'm not known for optimism. This laughter is shadowed by unrequited ambition and about $47,000. Who knew this is where she'd be? Gripping onto the ideals of living situations, power, the inability to wake up feeling rested. Kill me if I wait on another table, I say before I just do it all over again. Facing these monsters every day that scream in my face remind me that they aren't as loud or as important as the ones in myself. And every day I challenge them, but I am not known for optimism. Because every day it's the same dread, the same regurgitated false promises of everything getting better when they were shit from the start, exploiting sensory overdoses to shove their narrative about some dogma we don't give a fuck about. I am tired. I'm exhausted. I'm lethargic. You can't teach people love. You just have to watch it all burn. Because shouldn't it?
All right.
That's it.
Yeah. Thank you. Mad snaps. Mad snaps. Thank you, Rachel. That was awesome.
That was the first time I've heard it. That was really good.
Hell yeah, new shit.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's what's up. Totally. And yeah, thank you, Kelly, for being here too and for reading fire poetry from Kelly and Rachel. It's so good to see y'all. Thank you so much for being here. I miss doing open mic in person with y'all, but I know. But you know, this is at least we can do this and still get together virtually.
That's right.
So for sure. Well, hell yeah. Y'all rock. Thank you for being here. And please come back again soon.
See you soon. We love you.
Right.
Thank you.
Much love, y'all. Much love. Cheers. All right, keep it going. That's Kelly and Rachel joining us tonight. You're watching Poetry Open Mic Asheville, coming at you live from Asheville, North Carolina. Yes, that's what's up. A few comments for them. Very good. That's just mostly me commenting, but that's all right. We appreciate all the likes, comments, and shares. God, that was awesome. I'm having a great time. I hope y'all are having as much fun as I am, if not more. And many thanks again to our featured poet tonight, Lamar Wilson. Thanks to our sponsor, Sovereign Kava. If you're performing tonight, you get a free double shot. So just stop by the bar, give them your name, tell them you did the virtual open mic, and they'll hook you up with a double on the house. It's cashless, to-go orders only, mask required at the bar. We appreciate your compliance with that, and we'll see. We got some more great performers tonight. Of course, we do this from 8:30 to midnight Eastern time, U.S., here in Asheville. To wherever you are in the world, thank you for joining us. We hope to provide a little love and a little happiness, a little get by in these times for you. So, thanks for riding with us tonight. Let's see. Oh yeah, if you're just tuning in and if you're performing tonight, make sure to follow the StreamYard link. Enter the broadcast studio if you want to perform tonight. We'll post that link, and you can enter the studio as well. We have 1 or 2 spaces left if anyone else wants to read tonight. But we're gonna keep it rolling for you because we got Dane up next. Join us from San Francisco, the beautiful city of San Francisco. Let's see if we can beam in Dane here. Y'all know the drill. Jump up and down and make a whole bunch of noise for Dane. Oh, thanks. I know. I'll change the battery. Dane, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
Very good, very good. And how are things in beautiful San Francisco tonight? Still hanging in there?
Yeah, I'm still hanging in there. I have no news reporting. Some of the fires around seem to be subsiding now.
Oh, right, yeah, I heard. Yeah.
Getting that under control. Yeah, so we're
that's good.
Still doing this shelter in place and stuff like that.
Certainly.
Last time I was here, I read a piece, The Embarcadero, and I'm following that up with some more streets. So I have street poems.
All right.
This evening.
I love street poems. I'm going to turn it over to you, Dane. Y'all give it up for Dane.
Chestnut Street. When I first came back to San Francisco, dumbly searching for love out to the bars along Chestnut Street, a boutique street near the marina, I would get drunk. Grateful now that my plan failed spectacularly. Oh man, really twisted, hateful then in desperation was me. Wow, who wouldn't be hot for that? Want some of that, dig that, have to have some of that. Even a worse loser? Grateful. The bar would close. I would stumble to Mel's or Johnny Rockets, sit in a zoo stew with the rest of the drunks. I would feast on chili cheese fries, sating the blur, nothing better for that. In LA, I went to a place called Fat Burgers. Their fires were fries like planks in a wooden ship, wrecked in pieces, floating in lava, cheese and chili, hilltop sprinkled with white onion snow. So yeah, I dig chili cheese and potatoes. I had some for breakfast the other day. Maybe when you were having some too. 6th Street. Sandstone sadness, 6th Street, Skid Row, SRO. Decades and decades dead, dying, still dead, dying. Sad glamour goes, dreams in a bottle, dreams in a baggie, collapsing veins, pulses, tragic traffic into the tenderloin. Where's the mercy? The suffering, unseen heart, men working on street corners, mining misery, the success of failure. Ain't it rich? This blossom of hell unfolds and unfolds, pebbles of bloody vomit, shit-stained sidewalks, always Skid Row, always Skid Row. Always. Hills Brothers coffee can of bones inside hearts, plaster walls, surrounded, smiling, sailing, sparkling, gooey, happy, green, jello bay. Let's hide the empty in cappuccino foam. Geary Street, named for the final alcalde, first mayor of San Francisco, starting at Market Street at Lotta Crabtree's Fountain. the meeting place of victims and ghosts of quake and fire 114 years ago, still going on. All the landmarks passing blind to collapse of a broken heart. Union Square horror show of commerce, murder, and death to the Philippines. Just look at the monument standing. Goddess of victory, Nike high up and proud. Oh, St. Francis. The accusation of what celebrities have done, the booze, the bottles, the walls know all. The stage deli closed, now a Jack in the Box, the edifice, the icon to culture, the house of touring package shows, the Alcazar, exotic revival style, massage parlors, lonely dancing wigs on Polk Street, hoping for comfort for a dime. Blows out wide, Boulevard wide, the Fillmore, Jefferson Airplane, Joplin still ringing. The bathroom in the bar where I snorted cocaine with Johnny Angel still throbbing cock hard. Japantown, sharp origami folding, it's prohibitive. It's riot rolling, heart pounding over ancient frozen sand dunes, humanity crashing as waves and waves to the great highway, to the hem of high tight skirt of this femme of a city. Floating to the cliff house, swan dive into the calm Pacific Ocean. Broadway. I met you on Broadway. Carol Doda's pastries, neon blinking still. You cute and curly brown. You said, come home with me, and I did. I hung my jacket of loneliness on a hook by the hallway door to your bed. For the hours I lay next to you, you not letting me touch you, we just slept and slept. It must have been the prequel to the Crying Games long ago, but a decade after the words of the beats hung fresh in the air, San Francisco madness, thick summer fog melting in sadness. They are gone as gone ever gets, still here in memory and books on the shelf. The profound erodes to the gutter profane. It is as gone gets. COVID closed the strip joints. Long before this, Barker stopped crying, shouting, live nude girls, live naked girls inside. Shouts all dead, Lenny Bruce dead, comedy clubs closed, moved out, moved north, beach, north, nice and clean for the tourists. No beachhead now left for the Sixth Fleet to land on. One day, I stood in a booth around the corner down the block from Broadway, lonely, my dick in my hand. It was wholly the glory of her. Just now, I finally know it. She said she was sorry that she didn't have the rhythm just right to make me come with her words and the vision of her body moving under the distant water wall of glass falling. She had tattoos. She was a union sex worker, bright, slender brunette with a bob. Bush like the Garden of Eden, oasis wet for pleasure. On her left bicep, she had a tat that said, Tulsa. She, grinning, winking, said, a slut, get it? Listen, I'm here with my dick out in front of a complete stranger, just trying to fucking finish before thinking. Shame and aching fill me up again. My mind is empty of what is right or wrong or good or meaning and words. Einstein couldn't give the right answer to 2 + 2 in this horror of life's moments. After I'm done with my sorrowful prayer, zipped up, lonely, sadder than before, crawl out from the stench of pine sol mazes, cubicles of private dancing booths, altars to lonely lust dollars, a bug from under a rock. Crawls out to the sunlight, shining air, pure from the bay, blue angels still flying. Polk Street. It's right about the time the elbow bends when you expect it, but what you get are knees, shaved tops and bottoms, short sequin skirts hiking up, mouth and hands hungry, full of hard. What's a girl to do? The aching, lonely as love, it's a drag, it's queen, it's kissing in alleys between 1:30 a.m. and 3:45. It's dollars, it's bleeds, runs in stockings east to west, some sort of stiletto, broken hill flirting with cops. Lost lashes flutter to gutter, to storm-drained tears, rolling, crying, falling, smiling, rainstorm flooding out to the ocean, out to the bay. Day is morning, hearing gurgle, Today is tomorrow. Wigs, sorrow sleeping, resting on stands. Gastro Street. Rolling crazy under the bed on hardwood floors, her pet hamster Henry rocking his hamster ball. We danced naked do-si-do on her satin sheets above Orphan Andy's and the tattoo parlor. We ended up at her place, Victorian Flat on 17th Street. Wild, waving, kissing handstands on streetcars at the Stud, blowing freely in San Francisco fog. She was short fused stick of dynamite. We exploded all over town. Me, flowy locks, full length to mid-back. She in her flat top with fenders. We were young and hot. At the folk dance joint on San Pablo with the lesbian, I square danced nicely in Berkeley. Best Halloween party ever, every party ever. The home of the rainbow flag, Castro Street. Thank you.
All right, that's Dane, y'all. Thank you, Dane. Powerful stuff.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I remember one time I was in San Francisco and with some friends, and we asked the waitress where we should go after dinner. We wanted to go out for some dancing, and she said, she was Russian. She said, "Oh, go to the Commodore," and we're like, okay, the Commodore, And so we track this place down. We get to it. We're like, oh, that's not the kind of dancing we meant, but thank you.
A lot of that stuff is all closed up with the COVID stuff. So.
I know.
Yeah.
The whole place is shut down. But anyway, my heart goes out to y'all in San Fran. Keep taking care, staying safe, and please come back and join us again, Dane.
Sure we will, man. Thank you.
Absolutely. Cheers. Give it up again for Dane. That's Dane joining us from San Francisco, and you too can join us from anywhere in the world now on the virtual quarantine open mic poetry love stream. Yes, indeed. That's right. Thank you, Dane. And thank you all for tuning in tonight. We really appreciate all the likes, comments, and shares. We got a few more performers coming at you tonight. If you're performing tonight, make sure to follow the StreamYard link. Shout out to StreamYard for being our platform for this thing, keeping it stable, much more so than Facebook and whatnot. So anyway, where are we at here? Very good. Yes, more claps for the performers. Thank you. Appreciate those comments. Keep them rolling. And we do have a space or two left if anyone wants to jump in here before the show's over. Just follow that link. We'll get you on. We do sign up sheet in the Poetry Open Mic AVL group on Facebook Monday nights. And we've got another great feature for you next week. I believe we have Jeanette Ayachi from joining us from Scotland in the house. So keep tuning in here on Wednesdays. We always have a great featured poet and wonderful open mic performers for you. So appreciate y'all. Again, my name's Caleb Beissert. You can check me out at calebbeissert.net. We're still getting the hang of this, this whole live streaming thing's a new performance medium, and hey, we're happy to do it. Okay, Christopher T. George is in the house again tonight. Y'all know the drill. I want everyone to make a whole bunch of noise for Christopher T. George. Y'all give it up. Christopher, how are we tonight, my friend?
Doing well, thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. And you're in Delaware, right?
Newark, Delaware.
Newark,
near
Delaware.
Wilmington's from. Yeah.
Yes.
And
representing Liverpool.
Yeah, we had a thunderstorm come through a little bit earlier earlier in the show, but it's subsided and seems nice now.
Oh, good. Wonderful. Well, I know you've got some good poems for us tonight.
Yeah, you bet.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Well, I'll go
Yeah.
ahead and turn it over to you, Christopher. Thanks for being here.
All right, you bet.
All right. Cheers.
I had a couple of poems in anti-heroin chic recently. This one is called The Naming of Parts. I can't stand the naming of parts. I can't stand the fire hydrants, orange pumpkins with male accoutrements. I can't stand the politicians, their faces like wrinkled prunes. Whichever one wins, we're in the shit again. I can't stand the naming of parts, your wrists and that knife, your bitchiness and my indifference, your blood on the bedroom floor and life open to Marilyn Monroe. I can't stand the naming of parts. I'm in a bookstore doing poetry and nostalgia, and the hotel on the hillside below explodes like a wheel of camembert. A severed hand lying in the gutter, a severed this or God knows what. The ground is exploding under my feet, and I can't stand the naming of parts. Now, this next poem was written. I traveled for 16 years down to Washington, D.C. from Baltimore, where I did medical editing. And I was on the MARC train every day. And this is a poem that came out of that. I'm also expressing some grief over the death of my father some years before. This is called The Day the Egrets Came Calling. As ever, I saw the glimpse of the blue herons nesting in the woods east of the Anacostia River as my train drove into DC. But today there were 3 white egrets, heads bent among the roosting herons. Or perhaps they were snowy herons. Do snowies associate with blues? White-robed holy men, prophets, the dead, the wise, perhaps the spirit of my late father. Don't laugh. Wipe that smile off your face. Wipe that face off your face. I may be wrong, but I'd be wrong to express no regrets. Father, forgive me for my neglect of my aging mother, your widow. You died far too young in your 60s, and I am 61 now. O cruel world, embrace us with your savagery. Sweet, embraceable you, life. How I loathe you for the pain you deal me, but I need you. I saw a blood-red leaf on an ornamental pear tree at New Carrollton Station in dark green foliage. The same tree clothed in white blossom weeks ago. One spot of blood, O Savior, be the saving of me. I'm going to finish with several Irish poems. When I was attending Loyola College in Baltimore, I used to read the Manchester Guardian airmail edition in the library. And I was struck by the story of a Irishman who was blown up by a bomb in a transistor radio. That shows you how far back I'm talking about. I'm talking about the 60s. Dominic Donnelly, a homeless man, lies on a Belfast pavement, I'm quoting from The Guardian, killed by an unsuspected bomb contained in a transistor radio, which he picked up after it had been left lying in a betting shop. And that was the caption of the photo in The Guardian. Dominic hugged his death to him, the transistor radio more prized than cigarette ends. Dominic hugged his death to him. Sure, if someone was daft enough to leave it, they deserved to have it tuck. Dominic hugged his death to him, and death snuggled inside his overcoat, ticking. Dominic hugged his death to him, and death hugged Dominic. It was one incredible lover. It wrestled him to the pavement, kissed him open like a watermelon. And just two more. This is called For Anne Lovett. Earlier, January winds sighed across the patchwork fields, swirled around dry stone walls, ruffled the wool of sheep, drove starlings like duckshot across the gun-metalled grey sky. Normally, she'd go to school in her anorak and woolly jumper. Instead, before Ma and Da rose, she walked to the grassy hill with its sheep creep paths, the grotto with its holy figure. Sister Immaculata later said Anne was an intelligent, artistic child. If only she'd confided her secret. Anne kept her size hidden, told no one, took her to carry scissors along to snip the umbilical cord. She knew that much. For hours she lay in labor in the cold afternoon rain. As she lay dying, did she think of the lover that she'd known, or the caress of the hand of God? This one's called Michael Cleary's Wife. And it starts with an Irish children's rhyme. Are you a witch, or are you a fairy, or are you the wife of Michael Cleary? Confess, Cleary, confess you killed your wife. Confess you poured paraffin on her, then you set her alight. I was killing a fairy, she was possessed. It may have looked like Bridget, but it was an other. Everyone in Ballyvadley knew a fairy had taken her over. And after I'd killed the other, I expected Bridget would come riding on a white horse from the fairy fort at Kyle and Grana, that they would set her free. Click, clack, click, clack, click, clack, the white horse's hooves on the cobbles, just as clicker-clacker, clicker-clacker, the sound of Bridget's treble sewing machine. And didn't Bridget visit that fairy fort while delivering eggs and fowl to folks around? Hi, she'd return to me on that white horse. I'd cut the ropes that tied her to the saddle. Then she'd stay with me if I was able to keep her. I dreamed all the time I was in Maryborough. My Bridget would come riding on a white horse from the fairy fort at Kylegrana. Click, clack, click, clack, click, clack. Thanks.
Keep it going for Christopher T. George. Thank you, Christopher. Thank you. Good to see you tonight. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you sharing the poetry.
Great to be here.
Absolutely. And I hope you can make it back again soon.
Look forward to it.
Absolutely. Take care out there. Everyone give it up one more time for Christopher T. George in the house. You're tuned into the one and only Poetry Open Mic Asheville, coming at you live from Asheville, NC, USA. We're hanging in there. We're keeping it going, and we're doing what we can. I want to encourage everyone to get out and vote. If you're in the U.S., please vote. Wherever you are, if you can vote. But shit, especially now, it's important times, y'all. Vote. It's a mask, not panties. Hey, we got some more awesome performers coming at you tonight, so stick around, y'all. We're here each and every Wednesday night live on the Sovereign Kava Facebook and YouTube channels, and the Poetry Open Mic ASHEViLLE group on Facebook, where you can sign up for the open mic each and every week. We have a fantastic featured performer next week. We have Jeanette Ayati, and we bring in different people every week, and we invite you to join in from wherever you are. Just follow the StreamYard link and enter the broadcast studio. Let's see, we have Justin Blackburn up next. Is Justin there? Yes, Justin is connected. Very good. And then we got Ease Dog after that, and then Emilio and Gregorio. And if anyone else wants a spot, there's a spot or two left at the end, and then I'll close it out with some poems. But it's been a big old great open mic night, and we appreciate y'all. All right. Justin Blackburn is a writer, a performer, stand-up comedian, life coach, and heads up the ASHEViLLE Poetry Slam team. Great, fucking awesome, supportive human being. Regular at the open mic consistently for like about as long as we've been doing it, almost 10 years now. It's always good to see Justin Blackburn. And, hey, y'all make a whole bunch of noise for Justin Blackburn!
Hey, what's up, man? So good to see you.
Good to see you too. Much love, man. How you doing?
Doing good, man. Doing really good. Incredible open mic tonight. Everybody was fantastic. Amazing.
Yeah. I'll say it's been a good one. And you're here too, so that is always good. And what you got for us tonight? Some good poetry?
I've been making this record called Unlearning White America, Act 1.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to play a couple of things from that. One's going to just the choruses on this called White Christmas in My Hometown. I'm going to play like the choruses, and then I'm going to do the verses.
All right.
And then I wrote this pop song called In America, Know Your Inherent Worth. And I'm going to sing along to that. And then end it with a poem called How Do You Make White People Care, which is a song on the record that isn't finished yet. It's the one so the record's pretty much done. I shot a video this morning for song that I played on here called Hot Conservative Family Garbage.
Yeah, I love that one.
Yeah, how do you?
That's my new favorite.
I actually had this actor, Paul Lyons, who's a local AD, directed it.
Oh yeah, I love AD.
Yeah, AD's amazing. I love that dude. He directed it, and I had this actor, Paul Lyons, play the character of the garbage, and he did an excellent job. So I'm stoked on that. So yeah, I'm just gonna perform a couple of pieces from that.
Maybe throw that one in too.
Yeah. If I got time, I'll
sure,
put it
man.
on there.
All right, I'm gonna turn it over to you. Everyone give it up one more time for Blackburn.
Woo. Thank you so much, Caleb. All right, this poem is called, or I guess it's a song, whatever it's called. It's called White Christmas in My Hometown. Here we go. That was Todd Rundgren. Oh, whoops. Here we go.
Merry White Christmas, you become your parents. Open up your presents in the rest of your life. Your dreams were calling, but you stuck to the system. Now you have no purpose in being alive. Ho ho.
Ho ho ho! It's White Christmas in in my upper middle class cracker town. No more snow on the ground, but still covered in white people aplenty. Guess Santa forgot to send the memo down the chimney on each child receiving an equal opportunity. Our system is isolated by class, so the poor children go to the schools that are in poverty. So that means they're not educated properly. So when they say, hire me, you reply, sorry, you're not scholarly. But what you really mean is you don't look like me because you're not from my higher class society. How can you not see? That's robbery.
Racist. My higher class is racist. Robbery. Happy holidays.
You're still a racist. Your white privilege eroded your mind. Did as you're told, now you're feeling old. You'll need a better savior in Jesus H. Christ. Them kids should pull their own boots up so it don't bother me, says Charlie over here, the rich white man drinking the same beer at the same bar for the last 30 years. I work. White privilege don't put gas in my tank. I know it's hard for your mind, but I ask you to critically think. Your trust fund money came from a different time, from the motel your grandpa owned. To open it, he got a loan from the bank while black people got redlined. No, it's because he had collateral, which was the land his grandpa gave him where his grandpa ran his slave plantation. So the money you're spending was made by racism. Whatever, snowflake, I don't care. It don't bother me. Actually, it don't affect me. Actually, it does. Because the way you live, unaware of the endless atrocities of our society, without empathy for what it puts others through, that's how you treat you.
How you treat you.
Christmas, you turned into your parents. Open up your presents, it's the rest of your life. Your dreams were calling, but you stuck to the system. Now you have no purpose in being alive. Just as you never challenge your lineage or your privilege, you never question your life. Just did as white daddy said without thinking. Is this what I want? Is this even what I like? Receiving his validation meant more to you than you creating your own life. Do as I say, get good grades, don't be gay. I love you, daddy. Okay. Don't have emotions, and if someone makes you feel, beat them up. Okay, daddy, if I do that, will you love me? You know I don't have love. In that moment, you stopped growing. Time took off in a flight. You woke up 30 years later in the same mind that's learned nothing new. You haven't had an original thought since elementary school. Until you realize you're the fool, you're holding our whole country back. Life has changed. We're not born to stay the same, but you must feel beyond your reptilian brain to know that. That's a problem. You don't feel at all. Your emotions can't make it through the wall you built to protect yourself from daddy's delusion and your true potential. You're so afraid to step out your white privileged life to your own soul, you're a fucking criminal. So when that heart attack comes, you might think it's unexpected. But nah, it's from you ignoring your own heart and living in deep daddy self-rejection.
Privilege eroded your eyes. You're still racist. Think it's unexpected, but nah, it's from ignoring your own heart and living in deep daddy silent self-rejection.
Happy holidays, you're still racist. Your white privilege eroded your mind. Did as you're told, now you're feeling old. You'll need a better savior in Jesus H. Christ. All right, that was that song. I'm gonna go with the next thing that I'm gonna read is a poem. Is a song that I haven't recorded. It's recorded, but it isn't finished yet. And it's called "How Do You Make White People Care?" And I don't know. I think about that a lot. I think about it might be Tinny. Lamar's performance was incredible, and everything he said was amazing. And I think about how do you make white people care? Because I think, as Lamar was saying, that there's so many white people that just don't give a shit, and until they care, the world is going to stay the same. And until they have empathy and understand that that's just not that what we deserve is equality for everybody, and everybody deserves the best life. And so I just wrote this as like a thought, like I was just trying to figure out how, and it kind of turned into this poem, which is a song that I haven't finished recording. It's called "How Do You Make White People Care?" How do you make white people care? Living in the suburbs, willfully unaware of all the injustice, of all that's unfair. How do you make white people care? How do you make a white person see that a black man is as beautiful as a shining sea? That God made him from love just like me. How do you make a white person see? How do you wake a white person up? Put something stronger than coffee in his cup that makes him confront where his thoughts come from. How do you wake a white person up? How do you make a white person aware that his privilege comes from another man's despair? That he's never driven by a cop, then said a prayer? How do you make a white person aware? How do you make a white person hear the words I'm speaking without putting him in fear that his white privilege will disappear? How do you make a white person hear? How do you make a white person feel when he spent his whole life swallowing the pill that cut off his emotions from all that is real? How do you make a white person feel? So that's that, and that's a song that's going to be coming soon. And I have a singer on that one because I can't really sing for shit. But actually, with my new person that I'm working with, I don't really have to, because he has all that melodyne, that shit that just makes you sound like you're on pitch. But is it cool? I was gonna do one more song, and this is the pop song I wrote. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna play it. I hope it's not tinty. Is that was it called? Tinny. Tinny is the word that was used. I hope it's not tinny, but we're gonna see. Okay, cool. We're gonna see. It's called "In America, Know Your Inherent Worth." And funny thing about this is a funny story, and then I'll finish it with that. A person, so I'm working with this incredible producer. This guy's a genius. He lives here. He's unbelievable. And my girlfriend's twins boyfriend, we got into like a little issue basically over he's a conservative, he doesn't understand systematic racism, all that. So I went over to their house, and for my girlfriend's sister, they have the same party. Sorry, I'm a little tired of but basically all I did was ignore him the whole time. I just sat there and ignored everybody because I was like, fuck them, I'm not going to talk to them because, Anyway, so as I was ignoring them, they just played pop music the whole time. So I was like, how cool would it be? Because I have this dude that I'm working with is phenomenal. If I could make a song like Selena Gomez, because my girlfriend loves Selena Gomez and shit. But it has lyrics that I want to say. It has lyrics confronting America. And so I did that, and I'm going to play it for y'all right now. Here we go. It's called "In America, Know Your Inherent Worth."
at birth, so we don't know our worth until we feel that we deserve our love. We're mentally locked up. You are the one you came here to know. But right from the start, you're under their control. First they grab your heart, then they stole your soul. Took it too deep for pop time to scroll. You don't know your worth. 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 You got to get to know your worth. In America, violence has control. Our trauma takes their hold until we feel a pledge to every soul who's stuck inside their home. Demonize you for taking a kneel. Try to shut you out just for being real. Call you a flake for knowing how you feel, when all you want is for the world to heal. Inherent worth, inherent worth, inherent worth, inherent worth, inherent worth, inherent worth. You came to earth with inherent worth. In America, the brightest flowers dull. We're stuck behind our skull until we heal. Yourself, you'll be there too. Your issues have you fooled. You came to earth to search yourself whole, to express your beautiful soul, to make a safer place for us all. Not just white people. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. You're worthy of it all. 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 Sacred soul, you're worthy of it all.
All right. So that was that was my Selena Gomez song. That's I think I'm good. I don't know. Yeah.
Hell yeah, Justin.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm digging the new album, man.
Thanks, dude.
You got a release date yet?
Basically it's all the songs are finished except for How Do You Make a White Person Care? It's not finished, and maybe a little bit. Like the dude I'm working with, he was J-Lo's engineer / producer. I told you about Local Guy.
Yeah.
And he's a crazy genius, like when it comes to music. So like he wants to make everything like that In America song that I just played.
Yeah.
He spent like 30 minutes being like, there's a note off right there. I you know, like he has this incredible ear. And I can just go in there and like, honestly, what I did with that song, I was like, hey, hey, can we make like a pop song that like, you know, that's like Selena Gomez? And he like, yeah. And he just took a song and just started to like, all right, 4/4 dance beat, blah, 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 and just started putting all this shit down. I was like, damn, there we go.
Yeah.
But
it's cool to have someone to work with who can just like take an idea you have and like flesh it out. You know?
It's unbelievable. Like I could go in there and be like, I want this to sound like open mic poetry night, Caleb Beissert on the mic, and he'd be like, all right, and it's like it's all done by computers. So he has like every sound, you know, and he's just so talented and he's so quick. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully soon. Hopefully in the next 2 weeks, he wants to really go in and master and make it everything like perfect. Because that's his brand, is like making things singing, and he's such an awesome dude. Like he's such a like aware, cool, amazing person. But he wants to make everything sound like, you know, great, which is, you know, but I'm just blown away that it's even this good. Because honestly, I just thought I was gonna make I thought I was gonna do like White People Us and unlearning white America and American conditioning and just put that out. But when I unlocked his ability, I was like, damn, I can actually make these things sound pleasing to people who don't necessarily like spoken word. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, or like hip whatever. You know what I mean?
I mean,
that's
a
a
lot,
lot
of the
work that we do with
you
with the poetry slam and with we do the poetry cabaret together and even over mic too. It's all about turning on people who weren't necessarily a poetry audience.
Totally.
And having even one person just be like, oh wow,
I
didn't even know I liked poetry.
Exactly, because in school, the poetry is so boring.
It can be.
It can be, or at least in Greer, South Carolina, where I grew up. I mean, I liked Emily Dickinson, but we had a lady that one of the English teacher was like, I don't like Emily Dickinson, so we're not going to read Emily Dickinson.
Well,
if you do like something, sometimes the fun kind of gets sucked out of it.
Yeah.
You're told what it means.
Exactly.
Maybe your interpretation's wrong, or people can be put down by that.
And so the average person, or middle America, whatever you want to call them, they just think poetry boring English. And they don't get no, poetry's life-changing. You know what I'm saying? Like, poetry's soul-expanding. Poetry's a bleeding heart. You know what I'm saying? And
poetry saves lives.
Exactly. So I think that, what I want to do is, with this record, is really reach, with that, that's going to be the first song. The pop song is going to be the first song. So I want to have, people will be like, oh, cool, yeah. And then actually hear the lyrics that are confronting America and just, how...
same kind of concept.
Yeah, same concept. It's all unlearning white America. And then just kind of go into that. And even that first song that I played is, it sounds good and funny, but, there's that real message in there about, my hometown 20 years ago is the same fucking place, in my opinion. There hasn't... The progress has been so, nothing. And these people don't care. And they don't, so.
Right. And you also have that sub-narrative of the relationship with the father going on in that one.
Yeah, that's a good point out. Because I think a lot of that has to do, honestly, with, they want their dad's approval. And they want to be with their dad, and their dad's a racist. I mean, a lot of kids I grew up with, their dads were racist, and they just kind of followed in the footsteps. They're not luckily I got out and, ate mushrooms and started going to poetry slams and things like that. A lot of those people are the same person from 20 years ago. Hey, what's up?
That may be some of the hardest stuff to unlearn is... Wait, your parents, the people you're supposed to look up to.
Exactly.
Teach you these things.
Totally. And then just doing their same routine and, going to the football games and drinking beer and going to Trump rallies and not and it's also about what Lamar was saying was so amazing. Everything he said was so incredible. And I try my best to honestly have empathy for these people on some level, because a lot of arguments I've got in with them, I notice they feel attacked by me at times, and then they just shut down and get defensive. So I try to see their place, even though
How do you work with that?
Yeah, how do you?
And like Lamar said earlier, what it's really going to take is white people talking to one another and confronting each other on
totally
these things when they're racist.
I had a really interesting thing I'd like to share before I leave, if that's cool. Sure. Talking about that is so I have a Trump supporter cousin, and we were on a house. I have a bunch of them, but this is one, and we were on this house party with other family members, a chat the other day. And she likes to be an asshole. And the first thing, like, we're talking about, like, what do you learn as like a child, like 3 or 4 years old, because one of the babies, was on there. And I was like, colors, I was like, you can just figure that shit out just by being around people. You don't got to go to school. It's just what I said. And then she said, black, white is good and black is bad. And I was like, all right, guys, it's been fun. Peace out. And I just got off. And she texted me like a little while later. She's like, I hope I didn't hurt you, and I hope you're not mad at me. And I was like, I'm not mad at you, but like what you said was, I just don't think you have any kind of understanding of like anything. I just broke it down like systematic racism and all this kind of stuff. And I wasn't mean. I wasn't like, you're an idiot or something like that. Right. When I had those kinds of feelings. But anyway, the long story short is that after about 2 hours, she texted me and was like, I am so sorry. And like, I feel like a total, like, small person that I was raised around all these people that just put black people down all the time. And I realized that I did that to you. I was the person that I hated growing up, and you were me, like, not wanting to hear that. And even though I was just joking, but I think that me not responding to her, but just cutting it off right then and being like, all right, I'm done, actually made her look at herself. And, I'm not saying she's going to change or understand that I hope she does. All I'm saying is, like, I think white people have to feel that. And sometimes when I argue with them, I notice that maybe they're too defensive to feel shit. And when I'm just kind of like, all right, I'm going to see you later, and just leave the situation immediately, that makes them more look at themselves and be like, okay, what did I do? Because that's I think that's kind of like some of the worst rejection somebody can have is when you just kind of like ignore them. Totally. And just kind of like, all right, well, I'm out, cool. And then afterwards, maybe not shaming them, but just being like, what you said is, I broke it down on what she said, even, but yeah, that was just a cool.
Right. Nobody likes to be attacked or being an asshole to, but, sometimes you gotta find a way to relay these hard truths.
Yeah, exactly.
People won't hear you otherwise. And even that little bit of progress that you made, I think is important.
No, totally.
To keep having those moments where somebody can see something, even just for a moment. Because I know a lot of times trying to get through to people is the hardest thing.
Totally.
It can just be like talking to a wall sometimes when someone isn't fundamentally get it, or they don't want to fundamentally get it.
Yeah. Totally. And I think it's like, at least in my experience, it's like learning how to, like, everybody's different and trying to find the way that this person feels. Because I feel like, as Lamar was saying, it's really about empathy. And, growing up in that world, I'll be the first to admit, I didn't have empathy for anybody. Like, I didn't like where I lived. I didn't like the world around me. I just cut myself off from emotions and, went into the spiritual weird realm and just didn't give a fuck. But like, I didn't have empathy because I didn't want to feel. And I think that that's what a lot of that white culture, if you call it that, creates people. They just want to cut themselves off from anything that they feel. And that's why they can't, that's why they say things like, whatever they say, it's because they're not in touch with the harsh reality, and they don't feel it. So they don't care. And it's about learning how to make those people care. So.
Absolutely. Well said, brother.
Yeah, man. Awesome. Thank you so much. Incredible open mic as usual.
Absolutely.
I had the idea. I don't know if you've had this idea, and I know this would be a lot of work for you, but I was like, damn, when COVID, cools down or whenever, and the mic comes back, you should still do this on some night.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I've actually heard that from a couple other people. So, we'll see. I think I definitely see some version of this continuing.
Yeah, this is awesome.
but-
It's cool to see people from all over,
Totally. Yeah, that has been the real silver lining.
and all the awesome features you're getting from everybody.
Yeah, it's easier to bring in features from all over too.
Yeah, this is. I mean, I think this is cool. I mean, of course, I like the being there, because it's what I'm used to. But this is really cool too.
Well, man. We'll see what we can do with it. And I certainly appreciate the support.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. I'll see you next Wednesday. I'll be here.
Hey, sounds great, Justin.
Yeah, you have a great one, man. Thank you so much.
You too. Much love, brother.
Much love.
Give it up for Justin. That's Justin Blackburn. You're tuned in to Poetry Open Mic Asheville, coming at you live from Asheville, North Carolina. Thanks for being with us tonight. It's been a fantastic evening, and it's not quite over yet. We have East Dog up next, and then we got Emilio and one or two others, I think, as well. So y'all stay tuned. And I want to say many thanks again, as Justin said, to our feature poet tonight, Lamar Wilson. Check out his website, buy the books, Sacrilegion, and check out his film, The Changing Same, really powerful, urgent film. And we're donating to the Blue Hat Foundation tonight, which supports screenings for colon cancer. So they're doing good work. Support the Blue Hat Foundation. And of course, many thanks to our sponsor, Sovereign Kava, who is open for cashless to-go orders only, mask required here in Asheville. If you're performing tonight, make sure to pick up your free double shot from the bar as a thank you to you for making this open mic so great with us. Speaking of making the open mics great, we got our friend East Dog in the house up next. One of our open mic favorites. He's performed many times at the Kava bar and many other places all around. He's a well-known rapper from Asheville, and we're gonna beam him in for you. But y'all know what you gotta do. Jump up and down, dance around, and make a whole bunch of noise for the one and only East Dog.
What up?
Hey, how you doing tonight?
Nothing much.
Awesome. Good to see you, East Dog.
You know it.
Yeah, man. So how you been? It's been a couple weeks since we've seen you. What you been up to?
Shoot, nothing much. Just chilling. Still hoping that things improve though, instead with the pandemic, so I can actually get out and do what
I'm hoping. Wearing my mask,
Yeah, of course. But yeah, I heard they actually loosened the restrictions a little bit. When I mean a little bit, they mean by 0.5 and stuff though, halfway. Like we ain't all the way out yet, but we
still no bars. Still not much music. Although there's been some outdoor events I've seen that have been pretty cool, pretty socially distanced. I know there's a new outdoor venue in town.
Outdoor events though, that'd be great. At least before it starts getting chilly.
Right, I hear that. So anyway, there's still a little time. But what's up with you? I know you've been releasing some new music.
Yes, I actually have a new song, my newest song out called Chill Summer. Basically a summertime without the drama, without the bullshit, and without all the craziness that's been going on in this world.
Right. I know. We can all use a break right now. But so you're gonna do your summertime jam for us tonight? And maybe another song or two? What you got?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna surprise y'all. Y'all just go ahead and sit back, ease
I'm
back,
good with
and relax.
that. I'm good with that. I'm gonna ease back and listen to it. But I'm gonna turn it over to you, Ease. But everybody give it up one more time for Ease Dog.
Ow! The dog is loose, and we're live once again at my crib, as you can see, courtesy of Caleb, doing this thing for Severing Kava Poetry Open Night, trying to keep this thing going. How's everyone doing tonight? Sure, I hope y'all staying safe, though. I mean, I would wear my mask, but since I'm the only one living here and stuff, though, I mean, ain't really no worries, though. So I'm gonna go ahead and deliver one of my finest hits. And this song is actually gonna be called, no, this song is an anthem. And y'all already know what I'm talking about. ASHEVILLE's Finest. You know, I actually have a music video for that song. But let me ask y'all this. How many of y'all are from ASHEVILLE right now? Raise your hand or put up your emojis and stuff, though, with your hand up. And who actually is from ASHEVILLE or visiting ASHEVILLE? Raise your hand. All right, we're gonna go ahead and do this. We're about to get crunk right now. All right. When I say ASHEVILLE, y'all say finest. Say it with me. ASHEVILLE, ASHEVILLE, ASHEVILLE. Oh yeah, we're about to go ahead and kick off the first song of the night, my ASHEVILLE anthem music video on YouTube. ASHEVILLE's Finest, produced by me under my Ease Dog moniker, beat Ease Dog on the track. Ease Dog on the track. It's about that time to let you know who I be. ASHEVILLE's Finest, ASHEVILLE's Finest. Rep my city, I got a street behind this. If you want to find this, you better find it. Hook so good, I gotta go find it. ASHEVILLE's Finest, ASHEVILLE's Finest. Rep my city, I got a street behind this. If you want to find this, you better find it. Who I be? ASHEVILLE's Finest. I don't think they're hearing you. Let them know where you come from. Coming straight out of ASHEVILLE, a crazy motherfucker. Name Ease Dog like no other. Coming from my mother in the late 80s. 1987, I want to bring the baby. I can sell street hill, Chris apartments. Hot in the streets, called the fire department. Heard the biggest smalls, call me King the Big. Word burned up like silky guinea pigs. Y'all subscribe, get your damn issue. I'm the shit, man, I'm a little damn tissue. Measure down for my city dominoes, baby. Yeah, make the mic have the crowd go crazy. I'm the real deal, you can see it on my ID. If you don't know, now you know, cause I'm the ASHEVILLE Finest, ASHEVILLE Finest. Rep my city, I got the street behind this. If you wanna find this, you better find it. Look so good, I gotta go and find it. ASHEVILLE Finest, ASHEVILLE Finest. Rep my city, I got the street behind this. If you wanna find this, you better find it. Who I be? ASHEVILLE's Finest. Welcome to the field with the hip and drop. Hotels for you up, west, all down the high. Holding this, H&O, stick it on the street. Where I do a double take, feel like NYC. But I'm proud to be from the ANC. I'm doing this for you and me. You can love it or you hate it, that is the choice. Everybody in my city don't remember my voice. I'm not a drug dealer, but I get this dope drugs like a sell, they'll bring out the federal world. If you say that I suck, well, I don't give a fuck. Get love from my fans, I gotta keep it up. Shout out to the raw local rap scene. All hustle, those sleep, but still dream. Check out my YouTube and do my Instagram. And you just 3 minutes, you'll know who I am. Hey, ASHEVILLE Finest, ASHEVILLE Finest. Rep my city, I got the street behind this. If you wanna find this, you better find it. Hook so good, I gotta go and find it. ASHEVILLE Finest, ASHEVILLE Finest. Rep my city, I got the street behind this. If you wanna find this, you better find it. Who I be? ASHEVILLE's Finest. ASHEVILLE's Finest. Who I be? ASHEVILLE's Finest. Yeah. We're gonna hit up every community where you at in Asheville. We're gonna check them out. North Carolina love, baby. Hey, shout out to the west side. Asheville's in the house. Shout out to the south side. Asheville's in the house. Shout out to the east side. Asheville's in the house. Shout out to the north side. Asheville's in the house. Where you at, Hillcrest? Where you at? Lee Barker, where you at? Livingston, where you at? Giveview, where you at? Erskine, where you at? Pisgahview, where you at? Thorndike, where you at? Walton, where you at? Oakdale, where you at? Shiloh, where you at? Arden, where you at? East Leicester, where you at? Oakley, where you at? Oakton, where you at? Biltmore, where you at? Myport, where you at? Hey, Lakeshore, where you at? Riverdale, where you at? Kentler, MLK, downtown, where you at? Asheville's finest, rep my city, I got a street behind this. If you wanna find this, you better find it. Looks so good, I gotta go and find it. Asheville's finest, rep my city, I got a street behind this. If you wanna find this, you better find it. Why be Asheville's finest. East Dog on the track. Word of advice, don't let anything or anybody tell you, always be proud to represent that ASHEViLLE, baby. Oh yeah, that's that Asheville's finest, that wonderful Asheville anthem, which by the way, I actually did a music video release party about months ago, right before the pandemic. It messed everything up. Thankfully, I didn't have to postpone it. Otherwise, we would have the video release party. And thank y'all for once again for tuning in to music video party. And thank you for those who actually still support and watch my Asheville's Finest music video, which is on my YouTube right now as we speak. Keep on playing it and keep on watching it, trying to get these numbers up and stuff though. Because it's a hot video though too. Thanks to Lifted Empire Media, Terry Thompson. All right, we're gonna go ahead and do the second last song. And before I do, I gotta do a little show and tell for y'all. And in case you don't know, this is my Asheville's Finest EP right here. Asheville's Finest, the EP. And this is right here, produced by me, lyrics, beat, production, as you can see in the back cover. By the way, I actually made the cover myself. And if you actually take a look, you actually see like I actually made the CD surface as well. Like that's pretty badass right there. Sure, they loving the Asheville's Finest too. Matter of fact, I actually got to sell one of my Asheville's Finest and stuff though CD for more than I originally charged for. I usually charge $5, but this guy actually got me like $8 and stuff though for it though. So I was like, hell yeah. Like this was fun when I performed at the social last night. And that kind of like give me like glimmer of hope and stuff though for better days in the future, because it's kind of been like a little dead though and stuff though with the pandemic and everything though. So, but I'm gonna be coming back hard though. I mean, we trying to improve though, one day at a time, and we're gonna continue. And more we continue, the more E-Star will be back in full effect though, like straight up. It's gonna be like 2.0, like for real. Speaking of 2.0, I'm actually working on Asheville's Finest 2, the sequel, called The Heart of the Streets. And I'm already in the process in the studio of making tracks for it. And this EP may be coming out probably either the end of this month, the end of this year, or at the beginning of next year, stuff though, the Asheville's Finest 2 will come out. In the meanwhile, I'm gonna go ahead and give y'all my recent track, which is called A Chill Summer. And believe it or not, I actually let somebody else make the beat for it. And this guy who made the beat for the Chill Summer track is Prince Trip. And if you don't know who Prince Trip is the DJ who actually does his thing over at the hip hop nights, like on Thursday, every last Thursday of the month when they had like opened up. You know hip hop night, right? Yeah, but Prince Trip, he's also a rapper as well and producer. And he actually made the beat for the song that I'm about to do right now. So here it is, A Chill Summer, produced by Prince Trip. East Hall, Asheville, find it. You know I gotta kick a little hot summer jam, but your boy about to cool y'all off. Like this, let the music play with my cup in my hand, sipping lemonade. Put the drum to the side, put the guns away. I just woke me a chill summer day. Let the music play with my cup in my hand, sipping lemonade. Put the drum to the side, put the guns away. I just woke me a chill summer day. Just another day in the neighborhood. With the girls with the shorts, looking good. They all hang out in sundress season. But they act a fool on more morning than weekend. Give my boy a call, Ray. He says, what you doing, Edie? About to be on my way. Then I just run a porch with him in the clip. And my boy pulls up with a brand new whip. Looking at the outfit, I need to get that. Gotta get fresh for my homeboys get back. A whole lot of people having a ball. All about the good time, no fights at all. Same shit with my couple little patrol. Looking for a fine dime I want to take home. It was a good day, no rain, no desert. I guess you can say that's one chill summer. Let the music play with my cup in my hand, sipping lemonade. Put the drum to the side, put the guns away. I just woke me a chill summer day. Let the music play with my cup in my hand, sipping lemonade. Put the drum to the side, put the guns away. I just woke me a chill summer day. I thank the Lord, about to hit the studio and press record. Right after that to the bowling court. Everybody out here for the July 4th. Got the grill sizzling with the steak, burgers and chips. Look me up with a plate. Need another island to wash it down. Got the house party in my town. Then that night, the sky is dark. I'm minding my business to the shoot to start. I wish for a month without a word. And to escape, we anti-wonder. Running to the town where the speaker blows. Running good bucket straight for a fireworks show. Looking so good, I had to post. But I kept saying East Dog doing the most. Hey, let the music play with my cup in my hand, sipping lemonade. Put the drum to the side, put the guns away. I just woke me a chill summer day. Let the music play with my cup in my hand, sipping lemonade. Put the drum to the side, put the guns away. I just woke me a chill summer day. Hey, Shawty, it's my birthday. We're gonna party cause it's my birthday. About to check my mail for the birthday art. Free, always get to eat lunch with my father. Traditional ice and yellow cake. I want is a cash sent to my way. About to hit the club spot and get my bottle. On my VIP, they was still grab my mouth. It's about the good days I remember. So looking forward to the month of September. Food, very festival, and to stay fair. Downtown has their own fair carpet share. Where it is warm, let me cool you down. My shit voice right in my serving sound. 100 plus days, till the winter. All I ask is a chill summer I can remember. Let the music play with my cup in my hand, sipping lemonade. Put the drum to the side, put the guns away. I just woke me a chill summer day. Let the music play with my cup in my hand, sipping lemonade. Put the drum to the side, put the guns away. I just woke me a chill summer day. Hey! Oh yeah, now that's like the first track, that's like the newest track that I have called A Chill Summer. Once again, produced by Prince Trip. And like I have some more songs coming out soon though too. I mean, you know I stay on the grind because like my hashtag says, The grind will never stop. And before I actually get off of here, I'm gonna let y'all know, check out my finest songs on my SoundCloud, like the song Chill Summer, and also another song I put out earlier this year called It's a Future Sake. Like, it's a song about the pandemic and the seriousness about the pandemic called Future Sake. You know what I'm saying? For future sake. And I also got ASHEVILLE's Finest and some other bangers on there too. SoundCloud/EaseDog, Doggy Dog. Or just type in EaseDog on my SoundCloud. And you know, whenever I'm on Instagram, I do freestyles. Follow me, Instagram, EaseDoggy Once again, follow me, EaseDoggy. And keep up with me, everything else that's going on. Reverb Nation for more songs exclusive to Reverb Nation. And go to my EaseDog Facebook page and keep up with your boy Ease. And I also got the music video, ASHEVILLE's Finest, right now on YouTube. Just type in EaseDog or ASHEVILLE's Finest on the search engine, and it will pull up. And look out for a new video coming soon on YouTube, which is going to be like a compilation freestyle video. So I'm going to put all of that in one big enchilada. Shit, I got myself hungry saying that. But yeah, y'all be easy and y'all be safe. And when in doubt, go with EaseDog.
EaseDoggy. Yes. Thank you, Ease.
You know it.
Good stuff.
Thank you. What do you think about the newest track?
The new summer track?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I love it. I am all about some chill summer times right now. You know, I never wished for things to be kind of boring before. But
yeah.
You know, it's necessary times, and we're just gonna do what we can do. And thank you for still putting out music that that people can jam to and feel a little bit better.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's what I do.
I know. I always feel better after hearing a little EaseDog. So thanks for stopping by tonight, Ease. We love you, and I hope you can make it back again soon.
Oh, yeah, most definitely and stuff. And I definitely will be back over here tomorrow, though, for my free double shot.
Yes, indeed. Don't forget to pick that up. Free double shot from Sovereign Kava. And, yeah.
Oh, yeah, one more thing. Now, it's important for everyone that's watching here and everyone that actually watches from a shared video. It is important that we actually make a stand for this year for election. We got to get out there and vote, though, more than ever, though, this year. Like, straight up. If you haven't registered, go ahead, register right now, though. And we'll go ahead, get in there, and we'll actually become, like, the solid minority. You know how they actually have the people that saying, like, you better watch out for the solid majority and stuff, though, with the Trump supporters and stuff. But let me tell you, we're going to be the solid minority and hit them where it hurts.
That's right. That's right, Ease.
Yeah, and you can only do that if you go out and register to vote and also make an effort to actually vote. I mean, early voting starts next month, by the way.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, get registered and make an effort. You know, do absentee ballot if you feel more comfortable, but vote however you can. And thank you for those words of wisdom, Ease. Everybody check out EaseDog's music. Check out the new summer jam and check out the quarantine track that's new as well. And we look forward to hearing more music from EaseDog in the future. Keep being you, Ease. Thank you.
All right, you know it.
Awesome. Hey, everybody, give it up one more time for EaseDog. You're tuned in to Poetry Open Mic Asheville, coming at you live from Asheville, North Carolina. My name's Caleb Beissert. It's a pleasure to be your host this evening. Thanks for joining in. Yes, indeed, some comments there for Ease. Thank you so much, EaseDog. Thank you to all the performers tonight. We still got a few more performers coming up on the mic for you, so stick around. Just a couple more here. and then we're gonna get off for the night. I'll be doing a set here at the end, so yeah, if you're still tuned in down there at the Kava Bar, stay tuned. We love you guys. We love all y'all down there. Cool. Keep in mind we post the sign-up sheet on Monday nights, I think. Here we might start posting it sooner. On the Poetry Open Mic ASHEViLLE group on Facebook, and next week we have Jeanette Iachi joining us from Scotland. Fabulous Edinburgh poet there. So definitely tune in next week. But stay tuned tonight, because we've got Emilio Maldonado from Humboldt Park in Chicago. The great Chicago poet Emilio Maldonado is with us tonight. So let's see if we can beam him in via the satellite array. Downloading in 2.1032. Make some noise for Emilio. Give it up.
What's up?
Emilio.
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right, man. How are you doing tonight? Hanging in there?
Hanging in
What's up?
Hanging
I hear that, man.
Been,
well, I gotta give you a big shout out, because Emilio's got a birthday coming up in a couple days.
Thanks,
So,
brother. That's right.
absolutely, yeah. Show some
I
birthday
talked to
love
Josh,
for
so he's
Emilio.
down for a virtual.
Let's do it.
It's up to you. You gotta let me know when you're free.
All right, I'll make it happen. We'll do it this weekend.
Yeah, Friday or Saturday. Yeah. He's open. So
I'm all about it. It'd be good to see Josh Gaines too, man.
Just gotta get you down, and then we can do it.
All right, let's do it. Well,
So, yeah.
what's up tonight, man? What's going on? What's happening in Chicago?
So Chicago.
Yeah, right.
We had a shootout on the expressway. They fucking James Bond style, but it wasn't. It was just drugs and gang shit. Somebody fucking shot another driver on the expressway. We had a cop kill another kid. Shot him in the head, in the back. So the kid was obviously running away.
In the back. Yep.
He was a father of two.
Back, they're running away.
It's just lots of stupid shit.
Yeah.
Night before that, cop, I guess, pulled over some dude, and they had a gunfight. So some dude ended up shooting it out with the cops. Two of the three cops got hurt. Yeah, it's been a little more violent than the mayor's doing this kind of shit. Chief of police is doing that kind of shit, and everything else
just continues.
It's just rough times, man. I know it's supposed to be good weather, but sometimes it's hard to remember.
I feel you, homie.
Yeah.
I feel you, man. Well,
all
thanks
is not
for the
lost.
update.
There's a lot
It's
of people.
important to
I don't want to
acknowledge
paint
that.
too bleak a picture. I'm sorry.
No, I feel you. It's important to acknowledge that, though. There's a lot going on right now, and
yeah.
People got to hear this stuff.
I didn't realize why I was so quiet. I'm like,
oh, you're good.
Folder. Yeah, no, I could barely hear you. I'm like,
oh.
I was like trying to lean in. I'm like, I have headphones. Leaning in doesn't matter. But sorry, I had the volume all the way turned down on my.
Oh, you're good.
On my cans, so to speak. But yeah, it's just been that. But there's a lot of people really. So I don't want to paint too bleak a picture. Like those are facts, but then there's a lot of other facts and a lot of so much life and so much creation
you've told
and
us
defiance.
about some of the good work that's been going on in there. A lot of people in the community getting together, helping each other out, like with food and stuff.
It's
and like
multiple days, multiple times. Yeah.
Well, cool, brother. Well, I know you got some of that good poetry tonight. Oh, is your buddy coming tonight? Did we miss him? Or?
No, he was just having too much trouble with the when he was trying to get into the studio, and he's he's an early riser. He's got a early job.
Well, let's hook him up with Morgan, and let's figure out how to get him in here next week, and we'll put y'all on early in the night, man. We can work with y'all on that, no problem.
Yeah. I mean, I think like this is the first time in a while where you had a full studio, which is cool, you know.
I know, yeah. It's been a whopper.
It's a nice problem to have, yeah. like he said. And big ups, Morgan.
Yep, big shout
out. But anyhow, he'll be coming through, and I'm looking forward to your audience, your show, you guys having a conversation and talking to somebody. Gregorio is instrumental, one of the real
huge
columns
figure in the Chicago poetry scene, right?
Well, in a not, I mean, in the national scene, in the sense of like, you know, how much he was one of the people contributing to that whole scene that, you know, Patricia Smith came out of, that, you know, the Green Mill, the Poetry Slam came out of. I mean, all this stuff is, you know, Luis Rodriguez, you know, just anyhow. Michael War, who's just, I think he's getting a big deal up in Seattle. Some big award. They're making a big deal out of him. And he's gonna get like some nice like memorial recognition for his career, like a lifetime type achievement.
It's nice when that happens to a poet.
Yeah, right, exactly. This guy started reading poetry in a bar, man.
Yeah, right.
In a late night bar, you know, back when like nobody wanted to hear poetry, so it'd be like, hey man, you know, when the hippies gonna get done? It's like, hippies.
Yo, I hear you, man. Good times.
Yeah.
Well, what you reading for us tonight, man?
I got some stuff here. These are all. One of them is brand new.
New shit.
Just the first one. Yeah. Salud, by the way.
Hey, salud. Salud.
First one's new. Then the other pieces are, they're not really pieces that I've read that frequently. I just typed in kind of like a word to see, like, all right, let's see what pops up, you know.
Awesome.
And I was like, oh, okay, these are like a different way to look for a poem.
I like that. That's a good method for. I want to try that for putting a poetry set together.
Yeah. It wasn't all of it.
Pick a word and then search your files for it.
Yeah. But 3 poems came up, and I'm like, okay, I'll read you later. Yeah, you guys, let's give that a go. Let's see where it goes.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, man. Last week I was just feeling so low, man. I think that's like primarily why I had like everything come out in Spanish, you know.
Hey, that's all good. You know, I love
that was
Spanish.
Like, yeah. But it was like I didn't even really think about it until I was like more than halfway. I was like, damn, there's like maybe only 30 words in English out of all these damn poems.
Like, damn, I just did like 15 minutes in Spanish.
Like, oh shit!
Anyone out there got that?
Yeah.
I was listening.
Like, yeah. I knew you were there. So
I love it.
I'm just saying, man. Yeah, that worked out. And see how this goes. All right. Big ups to the feature, all the other poets,
dude, yeah,
Lamar.
Performers.
Just great show. I like the question earlier. I think I know I'd heard someone else ask it on the show about incorporating some of the this aspect to the live show, or just making it you know, like Letterman in Ohio, Caleb on the face, you know.
Yeah. Something. I think we'll keep it going in some form. But we'll see. Yeah, maybe we can bring people into the live room this way, and the possibilities are limitless. And you get in these tough times, and I just kind of see it as a challenge and try to push what we're doing to the next level or a different level, like whatever that may be. And you know, we ended up in this live stream thing, and it's a totally new performance venue for us, but we're definitely looking at more ways to integrate it with the whole live experience and keep doing this. So thanks for the support on that.
Yeah.
It means a lot. So we'll see what we can do, but it's ever evolving.
Yeah, I if I could see more mouths, the word of mouth would be spread more. But there's so much isolation. It's like, I can't just go like group of few people like, hey motherfuckers, you got to check this shit out.
I know, right?
So
I feel you. Well, hey, thanks for doing what you do, and we'll get some of these other Chicago poets on too. But man, thanks for coming through, and I'm gonna turn it over to you and let you read the poetry for a little while. But y'all know the drill. Everyone, give it up for Emilio Maldonado.
I hear gunfire and slam doors before I fall asleep. I smell my cum, memories of wet dreams, and unbathed second shifts, after hours bourbon. Dried urine and saturated boxers in my legs. I'm almost able to rest. My clown car of humiliation and capitulation. Like doo-wop oldies playing songs of love and bravado. Other older ways are forgotten or dabbled in and ruined by white folks and monetizers. I've got so much trouble on my mind. Refuse to lose. All I want is a Pepsi. You're the one who's crazy. Institution. And I come away with a different point of view. I can't see a forest. I can't see trees. Don't correct me. I know what I sees. Getting waves of cold water coming back in. More living deaths up in the north. Dormancy, cycles, gray skies. Can't rest. Rotten teeth stink. Don't kiss deeply. Broken dick, don't fuck. Even with whiskey. Who can afford dignity? It's these classic movies of heroism and cleanliness. Here, there's filth and heat. My thesis will never get defended. I parked my car on a sidewalk. I limp now. How much more of this? How much more of this? How much for all of this? Yard sale, cast off soul. Can I get a Band-Aid? Can I get a mojito? Otro baile más. Dreams are taunts sometimes, my dear. At least I can't touch dawn. At least I can't fuck up a sunrise. So far. My grandmother also tried to teach me to be a neat man. Leather belts and brass belt buckles left fractal welts, chaos theory seeds, and an affection for aprons. Basements, this intuition for black holes. A graveyard of rubber trees. They sigh out, laments. Didn't I do enough? It just ended all of a sudden. I didn't see it coming. So, this is what used up rainbows feel like. You ever seen Street Dogs? Love is never lost. It fades. It's forgotten. It gets exchanged and discarded. It's the nature of it. It can grow and save us. It can find us, redeem us. But it never loses direction or hope. It gets doors slammed on it, kicked and swore at. I think I fell in love with Lost Saturday night. I imagined 1,000 years in sand. I watched you grow old, my dear. Being nobody's priority sucks. But a long look in the mirror begets a Johnny Cash tune. Name dropping pharmaceuticals, getting cozy psychotropics, Lantern Lake Cave explorations, Blue Line Serenade, Hummingbird and my night neuroses, A Tale of Two Faces, dried, used up wallpaper. Sambo, Samo, stealing genius, vaping art finds, lid smoking lesbians, comforting smile, comforting thighs. Double, double, angel, golden time, 11, 11. Suki, Suki, watercolor demon, woodcut goddess weaving spells of destruction of ruin, exquisite ruin, achingly beautiful ruin dripping down my chin, spilling into the cracks. Thrice blessed box holds my secret secrets. Foul fruit of my world tree. Over. 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 Hunched shoulders bleed into life, bleed into secrets. Lying, that's all there is. Lying, solo así hay. Choked for 40 fucking years, Don Corleone impotent, torn of pain, stupid, why me? Star Wars blanket wrap sophistication of My Little Pony angst. Ugly face beats, hip, just suck the dick, smile, yawned through my life. Street lights are the night nipples for Chicago. Irresistible, warm. Venus flytrap of what's left. This is one that I've read more recently. Broken mine own heart. Chicago holds no warmth, and to hell with it. Bastards have been rejected for millennia. Gates found shut. It's my turn. This city of window grates is turning into cinder block condos. Our first betrayal to God. The first vanity is not enough. We tear down brick and timber built for homes in favor of property. We used to be in this together and live to hate, love to hate each other. That time is over. Now it's fighting for scraps again. Where's family? My village, my loves. Punching my way out the corner is all I know. Seed is my tea. Like a fool, I hope. I yearn for distant shores, for reddened cheeks rub rob on my beard, for a soaked bed. As much as I've failed myself, I pray my memory keeps you till the end, even if it becomes vinegar. Touch is ephemeral. Clouds hold miracles even when they match the color of my soul. A gray day still holds promise. Tension. The strength running down her back. in your thighs, deep inside your pussy, throbbing away rainy mornings and pushing my neck to the ground. Earth and mud, the cake I'll earn one day. Red skin, tiny black hair standing on end, red, wet brick, black slippery streets. Chicago used to be my home. Quisiera sentir otros feelings. Es muy temprano para los pinches blues. Invisible tattoos mark me for those que tienen el ojo. Separado, separándome, abandonado. El amor es un primo que me debe dinero y perdió my number. A keyboard bangs out some Fats Domino New Orleans stroll and hug, twist and dip, size each other up for each other's beds. I make meaningless eye contact. La neta doña Chabela me salva y me parte en pedazos que nunca se van a reunir. No aguanto otra época dura. Sí, solo se venden, amigo, me contestan. Solo así hay, carnal. 10 o'clock hearses block Western Avenue. There's no beer tub, girl. Esto es grito time. Pero vaya con Diosito time. Noche larga. No dejas que se acaba la bebida time. Mírame. ¿Cómo soy? Solo así hay. Solo. How am I doing on time there? What you thinking? You do one more if it's cool? I don't hear any answer, so I'm just gonna go. Freestyle growl. Sometimes somebody else made a piece of music or a piece of art or a film that serves as a love letter that you can use for someone you haven't met, or someone that's just going to come along, or someone that's been around, or somebody who used to be in but wasn't and is now and is out and is dancing and playing fucking scotch or parcheesi or fucking Yahtzee or going tap dancing on another people's. Strings of lives and pearls and strings of strings and string theory. And it's just Adam Devine with a new beard. And people are going, that's awesome. Or that's just ridiculous. And you know it's just 2099 and 1934 and groans and azure or teal or sea green and coral reefs. Just, they're doing their King Kong thing. It doesn't matter how many broken hearts you had or how many times you stubbed your fucking toe, took your toys and went home, didn't get no jelly in your donut. And how many times you decided to play drums and all you could muster was spoons. But stars are stars, and kids, they got bars. Squads roll deep whiskey, shouldn't but can be sour. Corona is almost an embarrassing summer. Spotlights like to warm a room, sweat a brow, illuminate late night thoughts, illuminate indistractable moments of shadows and that glisten shit that happens with eyes. And then there's candles and a neckline. We can't even talk about that shit that much. How's that?
That's Amelia, y'all. Amelia, thank you so much, brother. Yes, indeed.
Thank you. Hey,
Comment
thank you,
there
Morgan.
from Morgan, our
Yeah, I just saw
technical
that.
director. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, when I have it on
Absolutely.
my laptop, I don't see the comments, but now on here I do. So,
oh, cool.
Go figure. But yeah, how was that?
It's great, man. As always. Thank you, man. I
Yeah,
like that
thank you.
last one too, especially.
Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, love the chill contemplative vibe. You're a dynamic poet, you know. Talk about a range of like the soft contemplative to like the screaming in the bar, like poetry. So, yeah. Thank you for that, Amelia.
Yeah, no, thanks, Morgan. I mean, I think it's just it's like what we were talking about last week. You know, just if you want to try to do the honest stuff, then for me, it's like try to stay on writing the harder stuff. You know, and sometimes the harder stuff incorporates. It wasn't like I set out to sing when in a poem. Like the first time I actually did that, it was just like, you know, it was I was scared.
Sure.
I was fucking
well,
I was
it
shaking,
takes some
man.
vulnerability, you know,
right?
Because it, like we were saying, the poetry sort of requires an honesty. You can't lie to the poem.
Right, right.
It's gonna come out in the poem. So,
yeah,
you know that sometimes that requires going to a really vulnerable place.
Right.
And yeah.
So so by doing that and trying to stick with that, I think that's where where those really different pieces come out of, you know, because this is true this way and this is true that way, you know. Like those are real feelings, or those are real. Yeah, I mean, those are real feelings. I mean, like, I think we all have them, right? I mean, not everybody to the extent of like, you know, maybe they're going to have somebody come over and say, "Hey, shh." But you know, I think that's it's just a cool piece of being able to connect and contribute.
Yeah, relate to the human experience.
Man, oh my God, that's the reason. That's the reason I do it out loud, because, you know, it's not like someone's going to be picking up any book of mine. They're certainly not time traveling to before a time.
I'm waiting on that book, man.
Yeah, shit. I think it's going to take somebody. This is going to take somebody with, like, you know, a lot of time on their hands to come over and go, "All right, dude, let's finish this motherfucker."
I hear you. I could probably use that too.
Ooh, child.
I know it. Well, dude, Amelia, man, thanks for stopping by tonight. And hey, I look forward to getting together virtually this weekend. Let's hang and do the birthday as right as possible. And you know, when things ease back up, you know, let's get together in person. But it's good to see you, man.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Spinning the good vinyl.
I hope so. I was gonna say, if I know sometimes at the very, very, very end, you do the Kava bar poem. You know, baby,
that's our closing music.
Yeah, I listened to it. I'm here.
We still play that.
Yeah,
and when the band was playing, you know, we do that song. That's like a song. That's like one of our songs now, basically.
Yeah. I mean, but then when I heard that, and I'm like, oh, well, now that does make sense. Why, like, the first time I walked back, and like, more than just you and Max were saying that poem back to him, like, oh, what the fuck?
Right?
Like, I get why you two know it, but how did what the fuck?
Like, wait, how do these other people know?
Yeah. At first I was kind of like, oh, they're just, you know, they're doing like some, and I'm like, wait, no, they're saying the words. What?
Yup. Well, we're still waiting on you to come back and perform that poem in ASHEViLLE again.
Yeah,
we'll hold a spot for you at the end.
Peace.
Always, man.
All right.
Thanks for coming by tonight, brother. I'll catch up with you soon. And Y'all know the drill. Wherever you're at, make a whole bunch of noise one more time for Emilio Maldonado.
Big hugs to everybody.
Big hugs. Yes, indeed. That's Emilio Maldonado joining us live from Humboldt Park in Chicago. Thanks for riding with us tonight. You are, of course, tuned in. That's right. To Poetry Open Mic Asheville. Joining you live from my living room here in Asheville, North Carolina. Thanks for being with us tonight. Man, it's been really great. We appreciate all the likes, comments, and shares tonight. Okay. Thanks, y'all. Yes, indeed. Really great stuff. That's right. Many thanks again to our featured poet tonight, Lamar Wilson. You can find his work at lamarwilson.com and check out his film, The Changing Same. And we're donating tonight to the Blue Hat Foundation. We encourage you to donate as well. They do important work helping get screenings for colon cancer for people. So please support the Blue Hat Foundation. We'll be back next week with more open mic for you. And our featured poet will be Jeanette Ayachi joining us live from Edinburgh, Scotland. It's going to be a fabulous evening. We'll have another great featured poet and a whole bunch of great open mic people for you. Open mic freaks here for you each and every week. We appreciate our freaks. I'm going to close it out with a few poems for y'all. Okay. Alright. Alright, let's see, we had, somebody earlier, I think, requested I read this poem. So, this one goes out to the good people, at the Kava bar, and, this goes out to Vlad, specifically. This is a poem by Allen Ginsberg. This is called Please Master. Please, master, can I touch your cheek? Please, master, can I kneel at your feet? Please, master, can I loosen your blue pants? Please, master, can I gaze at your golden-haired belly? Please, master, can I gently take down your shorts? Please, master, can I have your thighs bare to my eyes? Please, master, can I take off my clothes below your chair? Please, master, can I kiss your ankles and sole? Please, master, can I touch lips to your hard muscle hairless thigh? Please, master, can I lay my ear pressed against your stomach? Please, master, can I wrap my arms around your white ass? Please, master, can I lick your groin curled with soft blonde fur? Please, master, can I touch my tongue to your rosy asshole? Please, master, may I pass my face to your balls? Please, master, please look into my eyes. Please, master, order me down on the floor. Please, master, tell me to lick your thick shaft. Please, master, put your rough hands on my bald, hairy skull. Please, master, press my mouth into your prick heart. Please, master, press my face into your belly. Pull me slowly, strong thumb, till your dumb hardness fills my throat to the base. Till I swallow and taste your delicate flesh, hot prick, feral veined. Please, master, push my shoulders away and stare into my eye. Please, master, make me bend over the table, grab my thighs and lift my ass to your waist. Please, master, your rough hand stroke on my neck, your palm down my backside. Please, master, push me up my feet on chairs till my hole feels the breath of your spit and your thumb stroke. Please, master, make me say, please, master, fuck me now. Please, master, grease my balls and hair mouth with sweet Vaselines. Please, master, stroke your shaft with white creams. Please, master, touch your cock head to my wrinkled self-hole. Please, master, push it in gently, gently. Your elbows enwrapped around my breast, your arms passing down to my belly, my penis you touch with your fingers. Please, master, shove it in me a little, a little, a little. Please, master, sink your drawer thing down my behind, and please, master, make me wiggle my rear to eat up the prick trunk till my ass halves cuddle your thighs. My back bent over till I'm alone, sticking out your sword stuck throbbing in me. Please, master, pull out and slowly roll under the bottom. Please, master, lunge it in again and withdraw to the tip. Please, master, please fuck me again with yourself. Please fuck me. Please, master, drive it down till it hurts me. The softness, the softness. Please, master, make love to my ass. Give body to center and fuck me for good like a girl. Tenderly clasp me, please, master, I take me to thee, and drive in my belly yourself, same sweet heat rude you fingered in solitude in Denver or Brooklyn, or fucked in a maiden in Paris car lots. Please, master, drive me thy vehicle, body of love, drop sweat, fuck, body of tenderness, give me your dog, fuck, faster. Please, master, make me go moan on the table, go moan. Oh, please, master, do fuck me like that. And your rhythm thrill, plunge, pull back and push down till I loosen my asshole, a dog on the table, yelping with terror, delight to be loved. Please, master, call me a dog, an ass beast, a wet asshole, and fuck me more violent, my eyes hid with your palms round my skull, and plunge down in a brutal hard lash through soft drip fish and throb through 5 seconds to spurt out your semen heat over and over, bamming it in while I cry out your name. I do love you. Please, master. Oh! All right, we're still here. Thank you for tuning in to Poetry Open Mic Asheville tonight. Oh, that's a fun one to read. Thank you for sticking with us. If any of y'all are still out there, many thanks. And thanks to our sponsor, Sovereign Kava, who's open for cashless to-go orders only. You can pick up your free double tonight at Sovereign Kava. We certainly appreciate you. All right, I got a couple more poems to close it out. And, of course, we're well over time, so I'll wrap this thing up, but thank you for tuning in tonight. Please tune in again next week. We love y'all. This poem is an original poem. This is also about orgasm. This is called Really Good Sex. An old blind woman in Mongolia is suddenly stricken with sight. Thanks. And this next poem I'm going to do tonight is another new piece. Oh. Maybe not. We're going to do this old piece. This is called The Future. I dreamt of a planet inhabited by giant mushrooms. Colonies of spongy umbrellas walk among them. Red rivers of algae, white fungal strands on the ocean's surface and strewn upon the yellow beaches. No longer a blue planet, but many colors, some that can't be seen. Mushrooms growing out of waterfalls, coursing through the rock, emanating in bursts of life, ecstatic. Smart mushrooms that know thoughts and spread hands, have grown legs, move through electricity, eat any substance. A whole planet, connected, intelligent. Oh yes, and we could use some intelligence in office, so everyone get out and vote. Please make sure you're registered to vote. We got really important elections coming up. Alright, I'll try this one out. Some other folks have aired out some new shit tonight, so pardon this, but this is a new poem I'm working on. This is also old poem. Sometimes poems need to brew for a while, and I might put it back in, but we'll see. This is called Getting Kicked Out of the Museo de Jamon. A few mojitos and sour gummy bears in, among the wall of hanging ham legs that circled the bar with glass cases full of more meats arranged like flowers, and racks of dark Spanish wines and sherries. I attempt to order the finest cured goose ham, carefully mispronouncing each word with my sorghum molasses accent. The bartender just shakes his head and walks away. I knew then that it was time for me to leave. This museum wasn't for me to see or taste. I hear dishes breaking in the kitchen. Someone is shouting. I walk out quick-like into the cobbled street and hear Cuban jazz creep around a corner, but I can't tell from which bar. Autumn hustle and spring, an out-of-season poem. In the leaves we were beautiful until the lights came on. I'm still amused as a deer works in the leaves. The bandit gets away. We make out and roll in the leaves. Uncle Walt studied grass. Now we write in his leaves. The pages were torn out, so we made up the story about the leaves. The wildcat made no sound when she walked through the leaves. I studied everything, but nothing was enough. Soon I'll be dead in the leaves. The shadows get long, and strangers glance away as we play in the leaves. Like children, we are unconcerned and grow tired of the raking. Here it is. This is called The Next Time. What you saw between the ripples and water of a river, what time didn't notice, what the moon didn't illuminate, what escaped confines of castle wall, what left fading flags and forests of dusk, what stopped in abandoned parking lots looking for a match, What came through hallucinations of morning light and the sound of movement in the backyard? What came down rivers on stolen canoes? What stole away in the rock cliffs waiting for the moon? What moon blessed little mushrooms with polypore wings? What balloons popped in the dream that we thought was morning? What awakening pulled the covers from our eyes, full of tears and ancient galaxies, was the real thing? Full of tears and ancient galaxies. Sorry, I can't help but work on poems as I read them, but anyway. Thanks everyone for sharing their poems tonight. I'm gonna do one more original and leave y'all with some cover poems. This is called Origins. Nail polish. The upstairs bedroom of a duplex in D.C. Pink tile. I make my way among bars to bedfoot the eyes they called me. More loved than a dog. Swallowed a quarter, threw up in the tub. Red hearts, my guts in the tub. Beautiful, pure lifeline there. Television and three-way bathroom mirror. Q-tips beside the hair dryer. Bob fixes it with a hammer. Clothes and shoes. Sliding closet. Windows open above the warm bed light and music drifting in. During the storm, a crack in the stairway wall, a dark night took the top of the tree clock, blue chair, pink medicine, spit out behind the couch. Side door, large window, dad enters with beer, playing trains beside the coffee table. We weren't coffee drinkers. I listened to a brown tape recorder, the photographer's umbrella table washing, chair smashing. Fed the ants from a paper plate, cheese sandwich. Freezer on top of a refrigerator, making meatballs. A bath in the kitchen sink. Plays London's Burning on old piano and dining room with green carpet watering. Table with burls winking like the eyes of owls. Falling bookshelf. Peanut butter cookie from the man. And a moving truck. Ooh. I did have one more. We'll save that for next time. I do want to plug again the book by our featured poet, Sacrilegion. Available from Carolina Rim Press. Lamar Wilson. LamarWilson.com. Thank you so much again, Lamar. And everyone, please support the Blue Hat Foundation. And we appreciate Lamar for all the good work he's doing. Appreciate all our performers tonight and all the audience who tuned in. Appreciate your likes, comments, and shares. Much love. It's another Jane Hirschfield poem. I promise. Stay, I said to the cut flowers. They bowed their heads lower. Stay, I said to the spider who fled. Stay, leaf, it reddened, embarrassed for me and itself. Stay, I said to my body. It sat as a dog does, obedient for a moment, soon starting to tremble. Stay to the earth of riverine valley meadows, of fossiled escarpments, of limestone and sandstone. It looked back with a changing expression in silence. Stay, I said to each of my loves. Each answered, always. Well, often at the end of a night of open mic, I flip to a random page in Barks's Essential Roomie. Though I'd say less than half of my copies left at this point. But it's good to see a book well used. And tonight I'll leave you with this one. Sublime Generosity. I was dead, then alive, weeping, then laughing. The power of love came into me, and I became fierce like a lion, then tender like the evening star. He said, "You're not mad enough. You don't belong in this house." I went wild and had to be tied up. He said, "Still not wild enough to stay with us." I broke through another layer into joyfulness. He said, "It's not enough." I died. He said, "You're a clever little man, full of fantasy and doubting." I plucked out my feathers and became a fool. He said, "Now you're the candle for this assembly." But I'm no candle. Look, I'm scattered smoke. He said, "You are the sheik, the guide, but I'm not a teacher. I have no power." He said, "You already have wings. I cannot give you wings." But I wanted his wings. I felt like some flightless chicken. Then new events said to me, "Don't move. A sublime generosity is coming toward you." An old love said, "Stay with me." I said, "I will." You are the fountain of the sun's light. I am a willow shadow on the ground. You make my raggedness silky. The soul at dawn is like darkened water that slowly begins to say, "Thank you. Thank you." Then, at sunset, again, Venus gradually changes into the moon, and then the whole night sky. This comes of smiling back at your smile. The chess master says nothing. Nothing other than moving the silent chess piece. that I am part of the ploys of this game makes me amazingly happy. Amazingly happy. Thanks for coming to Poetry Open Mic Asheville tonight. Many thanks to our featured poet, Lamar Wilson. Many thanks to all our performers tonight. Take this feeling, this conversation, this energy we felt here tonight, and take it out in the world and do something good with it. We appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, Sovereign Kava. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you next week for more. Y'all tune in. Stay safe out there. And don't forget to vote. My name's Caleb Beissert. Thanks, y'all.
Sometimes, my darling, your friends liked me more than you, I suspect. Loyalty is sometimes taken for granted. I'm gonna sit on the floor and do some caresses to the rug, get my fingers vibrating. I hide a bottle of brandy in a jacket pocket. You find strangers' lips ready and warm. I promise